Okay, thank you all for coming. All right. I gave an outline of what I'm going to be covering. I'll do it again. First, I'm going to cover the human body so you have an understanding of what's going on in your system so that you don't have to listen to a doctor who's trained completely not on the body but drugs and other related therapies that have nothing to do with nurturing the human body. Then after that, I'm going to go into the digestive tract and how it's designed biochemically, what it digests best and doesn't digest well and why. And then we'll cover foods, how they work in the body, how the body reacts with them. Then we'll go into combinations, times of the day even, to make sure that your body functions at an optimal level. Because there is an eating pattern even of the body of all animals, and we've completely been told wrong about what we should be eating in the times of the day. And then we'll cover a little bit about how disease, and I'll just slip that in so everything won't get so boring here and there. So first we're going to take a look at the human body. It has three fluid systems. The blood, you're fairly well acquainted with, has red blood cells and white blood cells. It is believed that, or everybody believes that, the blood delivers nutrients to parts of your body. Not necessarily true. The nutrient that it is supposed to deliver to the human body is oxygen. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. That's all right.
Sorry.
We have some chairs over here.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Fine.
So the purpose of the red blood cells is to deliver oxygen to every other cell in the body so that you can have energy. So with the oxygen, the body oxidizes fats and acetates that are made from other foods. Your body can make fats from anything. You can make it from protein, you can make it from carbohydrate, and you can make it from other fats. Those are called acetates, acetones. But the body uses oxygen to help utilize those as energy. Another thing, the white blood cells help remove carbon dioxide from the system. Now, that is solely the job of the blood. So the blood is not supposed to be delivering proteins and fats and carbohydrates to the rest of the body, not its normal chore. Then we have the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is a network, just like the nervous system and the bloodstream. It delivers the nutrients to every body part, including the red and white blood cells as they're developing in the bone marrow. And that's where your red and white cells are bred, in the bone marrow, in the soft center of your bones. So the lymph system, it has a network which it connects to in the intestinal tract, which is a very complex web network called the lacteal system. And it absorbs the digested food, and your digestion occurs mainly by bacteria. And in the intestinal tract, you have all these little villi. It looks like you go into an ocean and you see all these little things that move like this. And as food passes by and connects with them, it causes them to secrete digestive fluids, juices, bacteria that'll feed and break down the food into very small particles. The lymph system is responsible for absorbing, the lacteal system absorbs that. And it's called lacteal because once food is digested properly, it looks like a milky, creamy substance. That's delivered to the lymph system, and the lymph system makes it almost clear, but it is still slightly milky looking. And that lymph system is circulated all throughout the body, just like the nervous system and the blood. And it delivers nutrients to every cell in the body. That's not its only job, just like the blood supplies oxygen and removes carbon dioxide. The lymphatic system is responsible for removing the waste products in the body. It absorbs it into the nodes. The nodes do a preliminary neutralization, send it to the glands if necessary, where more processing and decontamination occurs. Then sends it out of the body in every channel you can think of in the body, on the body. You can secrete through your tear ducts, your salivary glands, your tongue. That's why you get white coating on your tongue. Your earwax, the salivary glands, the gums, the skin, which is the main bowel of the body. Every time you perspire, you're secreting massive amounts of toxins that have resulted in the body from metabolism, digestion, injury, anything like that. It leaves the body. Women have a vaginal cavity. Mucus flows. And I know that you women hate those periods, and they're ghastly and all that and complicated, but that's why you live 20% longer than men. Have 20% to 30% less disease than men, because you have that channel to discard with that mucus. Because most of those poisons in all the mucous membranes discharge with the mucus. And the only thing that will validate the science that a woman lives 20% longer is because she secretes 20% more mucus out the vaginal cavity. Also, tests on menstrual fluid show massive amounts of metal contamination. Anything from mercury to aluminum to thallium. All these complex metals that poison the nervous system. A woman can eliminate it through the blood at her time. So even though there's great inconvenience of the menstrual cycle, it makes a woman healthier. According to Samuel Epstein, MD, considered the world's, internationally, the greatest expert on cancer, says that 1 out of every 3 women gets cancer, 1 out of every 2 men gets cancer today in the United States. The United States is the unhealthiest country in the world. Third world countries are 57 degrees higher on the scale of health than the United States is. Why? Because the medical profession runs that country. And the medical profession talks about drugs and poisoning therapies to take care of health, and they have nothing to do with nurturing and healing the body. So, back to the lymphatic system. Your lymphatic system will build some of the heavy metals that are too dangerous. It'll build it into the hair and the nails. That's why you get ridges, dry nails. You get mold in your underneath the nails because of antibiotics. Whenever they inject you with antibiotics, it is a mold. It is a fungus. Penicillin is the worst. It destroys the intestinal environment. It paralyzes and changes the RNA and DNA of the digestive tract. The rate of Crohn's disease in children has gone up 2,000% in 50 years since they started using penicillin frequently. 2,000 times more Crohn's disease. Doesn't show we're getting healthier. And it's all mold related. Take tissue samples. I've taken tissue samples from children who've died anywhere from the age of 2 to the age of 8 with the parents' permission. And guess what I find in those intestinal tracts? Molds. Now they say that penicillin is a sterilized, non-active mold. Molds live through everything. It only takes 9 to 18 months for them to be able to reform. To give you an idea of what that is like, remember when the plastic, some of your children won't, but when plastics started being produced in the 60s, they didn't become a regular product of any car or any vehicle until when? 66. Do you know why? because they couldn't find a mold that would not withstand heating even up to 2,000 degrees, where the plastic would disintegrate, and all they'd have is ash. The molds would still come back and start eating away at the plastic. Because plastics, I don't know, a lot of you know, plastics are made from vegetable oils, hydrogenated vegetable oils. Whenever you have a hydrogenated vegetable oil, guess what you're eating? Plastic. Plastic. Saturated, not saturated, but a chain of molecules that are hardened and can never be utilized properly in the human body. Trans fatty acids are called. So you've got this plastic that even you can't keep the molds down in plastic. So what did they do? They created poisons called dioxides and started poisoning the plastic so the molds couldn't live. PCBs, dioxins. PCBs purposely introduced into plastics and into our environment to kill molds. You cannot keep molds down. So when you get a penicillin injection, when you get tricycline, tetracycline, any of those antibiotics, those molds are going to come back to life in your body. And they will irritate your system for the rest of your life unless you know how to get rid of them. And it's very difficult to get rid of them even if you know how, because they can grow faster than you can wipe them out. So there's the main problem with our whole health system, especially in our children, is giving them antibiotics at a very young age. And the lymph system hasn't been around long enough eating chemicals to be able to handle the new 60,000 chemicals that have been introduced since 1910. 60,000 chemicals that the body has never had introduced to it in all the millions of years that the Homo sapiens have been around. We're planning to overcome that in 50 years. Can't do it. So the lymph system is responsible for handling all of that waste, all of those poisons. Can it do it? Obviously not, because people are getting diseases like crazy, cancer, the worst, and it seems to be the most growing. For 1 out of every 3 men to get cancer today, and 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women. It's not a good reflection on our health system at all. So the lymph system is to feed every cell in the body and to clean all of the wastes. Then we have the neurological fluids. And the neurological fluids basically transfer information, keep the whole body connected, and then for communication into the larger environment, the micro and macro of the cosmos, so that you and I can communicate, we can resource together and pollute our environment. Yeah, that's what we're made for, right? And it does that mainly through metallic minerals, because metals transfer light and electricity, conducts electricity. So most of the metallic minerals that are in the body are in the brain and nervous system. When you cook a food, you cauterize the minerals in it. Remember the example I gave in the lecture? You take clay, and it's nice and malleable. You look at it under a microscope, and you've got microbes that can actually transform into many different complex organisms. Only in clay does this exist. A whole macrocosm, microcosm within one substance. Once you fire it, what is it? Pottery. Glass. The higher the temperature, the harder it is into glass. So when we cook a food, we cauterize it. We make sure that the whole magnetic ionic properties are destroyed. So what happens? Those heavy metals go into the brain and nervous system. Do you think your brain and nervous system are going to work properly? No. And if you don't feed yourself well, what's going to happen? You're going to react very badly. But we'll get into behavior and diet later on. So the brain and nervous system is what communicates in the system all over the body, and it also is a means of telling us that something is wrong, that we need to be careful. Too hot, too cold, too sharp, too antagonistic. It's all kinds of ways. Nice and tender you like, also things that you like, feel good and soft. The nervous system is there to give us that experience. Now, the digestive tract we have to take a look at. So we go into the mouth, we start in the mouth. Now, a lot of vegetarians say, we have a dental structure like vegetarian animals. I don't know what vegetarian animals they've lived with, but on the farm, my grandparents' farm, all herbivores, animals who eat vegetation, have all molars. No cutting teeth. They're all molars. Grinding teeth. That's all they have. No cutting teeth. The human body, mainly cutting teeth. Canines for ripping. Few molars back here for crushing the meat to swallow. Now as we go down the digestive tract, we find that in the stomach we have a high rate of hydrochloric acid. Herbivores don't have hydrochloric acid in the stomach like that. They have an entirely different fluid system. Plus they have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have one with 2 compartments, the stomach and the duodenum. So when food goes into there, we secrete mainly hydrochloric acid. It mixes with the substances in the body and breaks down proteins, especially meats and dairy, any kind of an animal product. That's what it breaks down. So does that sound like we should be eating vegetables? No, not so far. So then we pass into the small intestines. And if we look at the villi and the juices they secrete, again, hydrochloric acid is half of it. We may not have the concentration of hydrochloric acid in the stomach that canines and felines do. They have 15 times more in the stomach than we do, but we secrete as much as they do throughout the small intestines. So in finish, we have as much hydrochloric as they do to eat meat, but they are geared to digest meat in 10 hours. We're geared to digest it in 16 to 18 hours. Partially the intestinal tract. Now the bowel, to that 16th hour, it goes into the bowel. Now that bowel is a very important environment. The main bacteria in there is E. coli. And that E. coli, without that E. coli, the nervous system in your body would never be fed, and you'd be very primitive animals. E. coli is so important in the human body, in any primate. That E. coli breaks down the finest molecules of protein and fat to feed the nervous system and the brain. So you destroy the colonic environment, and what do you have? A system that will not feed the brain and nervous system. Do you know many people that get a lot of colonics? Anybody here have a lot of colonics? Thank God. Because you find that people like that have a very difficult time keeping trains of thought. They also have a lot of over-emotionality. So it's a very difficult thing. When you flush that E. coli out of the body, it takes 60 days minimum to repopulate it. And it won't repopulate it well if you're not eating properly.
What flushing it out?
People take colonics, like enemas, high enemas, flush out with water and coffee.
So when people did it, you should clear the body.
You should not do that. Should not do that.
Water doesn't, just water was...
Water's terrible. Okay. So remember, water, I usually save this for one of the last things because nobody likes to hear it. Water is a bad thing for you to drink, except for in very small quantities. Why? Because if you look at an archaeological book and you look under solvents, what is the first thing they put under solvents? Water. What happens when it rains? Rain so powerful of a distilled H2O that only contains bacteria, it'll dissolve rock. Plants get to eat. Dissolves rock. You put it with any product, and what does it do? It diffuses it all over. And if you do that in the intestinal tract, what are you doing? You're diluting and damaging your nutrients in your system. You're breaking all of those good bonds which deliver a whole smorgasbord of food to your cells in your body. Better not to ask. If you have a question, write it down because I'll be answering all questions throughout. And I usually answer everything by the time we're finished. If we don't, there will be a question and answer period. So, water is a solvent, and it will cause a dissolution of nutrients in your body and break important bonds so that your cells get a balanced diet. The Aborigines. Did anybody see that British film called The Rabbit-Proof Fence? It's about these these part British and Aboriginal children that the British think that the Aboriginal children will not be good, that the half-breeds will not do well being raised by their primitive Aboriginal parents. Old story, discrimination. So they take these child from their Aboriginal parents and put them in these orphanages. These 3 little girls run away from one of these orphanages and hike 2,100 miles through the outback up to 126 degrees and don't drink water. They drink vegetable juice. They pull roots up out of the ground, they grate them, wring them, and get the vegetable juice. Could you imagine traveling 100, 120 miles a day on a cup of vegetable juice? That is the way the body's meant to be made. The more water you drink, the more you dehydrate and you fractionate your body. The more water you want because it starts dehydrating the body. You can only cellularly absorb 10% of the water you drink. Cellularly, it dehydrates the cell. So it's a rat trap. You keep drinking and drinking and drinking more water. Now, when did water become popular? When I was in school in the 50s, we went to the water fountain, took 1 or 2 sips a day. That's all the water we ever drank. We drank milk, 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 milk. And then soda pop came in, and then we drank soda pop and milk. Soda pop wasn't a good choice, but that's what they started offering us. All of a sudden in the 60s, about 1962, they decided to say, drink 8 glasses of water a day. And you know why? That's when they started bottling drinking water. It was a marketing tool. Drink 8 glasses of water a day because now we're selling it. And that's when drinking water came into being. Then the doctors jump on the bandwagon and say, drink lots and lots of water. And the alternative therapists got on the bandwagon, drink lots and lots of water. Why? It flushes out poisons. What else does it flush out with it? And that's not a good way to do it, is it? And you look at your health alternative followers. They get weaker, more sallow. They have more symptoms. They're more sensitive to chemicals in the environment. Everything gets worse and worse the more you wash fluids out of your body. Heavy juice routines, heavy water routines, colonics, enemas, coffee enemas, irritating the environment on top of it, causing damage in the system. How do we make this so that everything is a good working balance and everybody gets every cell gets a smorgasbord of nutrients every time you consume a meal? And that's what we're going to get into. It's a little complex, but it's really not once you get into doing it. It won't seem complex. It'll be very simple. It's a matter of changing your habits and your thinking. Okay, so we covered the three fluid systems of the body, and we covered the digestive tract. Let me give you a little background on the glands and some of the organs. Now, we know what the heart does. The heart pumps the blood through to keep everything moving, because the blood has to be moving. It also helps every other fluid system work. The slowest of the fluid systems is the lymphatic system. Very thick. It moves slowly, but it doesn't need to move fast, because it's like you can deliver oxygen quickly. You burn energy. You not really, burn is an improper term. You utilize energy. It's like we do. We eat foods, and we don't, except if you're eating bad foods, you don't pass wind to get rid of it. Like you're burning, smoke out your rectum or mouth or nose. No, you're passing feces and urine. You're passing waste. That's what cells do too. They don't have smokestacks for burning the fat. They consume it, and then they have waste products that extend from it. But with the oxygen, they are able to utilize those fats, or acetates or acetones, to be able to generate energy. So when you generate the energy and the waste, you can remove it through the lymph system. Everybody following this so far? Okay. So the blood has to deliver the oxygen and remove the carbon dioxide. Sometimes it can just blow out through the skin, but that's very rare. Muscles are full of the urea. The lactic acid is the end result of metabolism. The carbon dioxide has to be removed. White blood cells, that's their place in the bloodstream. The lymph system flows to remove those waste products. The lymph system doesn't need a circulatory system except a pump, except for your exercise, your activity. No matter what you're doing, that lymph system is working as long as your body is in movement. So if you're sedentary, are you likely delivering your cells good nutrients? Be very difficult, unless you're in a very hot climate like you are. So whenever I tell people who've got a serious illness like MS to go to a tropical environment to get well, I mean it. Because the body will keep those fluids thinner, and they can move. If they get thick in a cold environment and you can't be mobile because you're incapacitated, you're not going to get well quickly, if at all. So you need a warm environment to do that. So I'm just giving you pieces of information here so you can understand what's going on in your body. Your body is very cold at any particular time. Not only your blood is slowing down and thickening, but your lymphatic system will be hardening just like fat in the refrigerator. Even though you're only dropping to 96, maybe 96.8 degrees. When we're supposed to be 98.6. But you can go down to 96.6, even 92. And those fats in the lymphatic system harden. Why? Because you're eating vegetable oils. Vegetable oils belong in an herbivore. Herbivores have a body temperature of 101 to 105 degrees. Ours is 98.6 and lower, and it's mainly lower. So when we take vegetable oils in the human body, they harden and crystallize over the years. So you take a vegetable oil and you use it as a product of a cell, the building of a cell. 5 to 6 years, that remains there, and guess what? It's part of your bone structure. You're going to have a crystal form in that cell. That cell dies and ruptures, and you have scar tissue in your bones, in your bone marrow, anywhere else in the body, in your tendons. And they live 7 years, 7.5 years. Then how do you get rid of that crystal? Or does your bone, tendons, muscles become scarred and stay that way? And then what happens? You get arthritis, you get rheumatism, you get osteoporosis, all kinds of diseases. Why? Because you ate vegetable oils. How many tribes in the world, primitive tribes, eat vegetable oils? None. None. The Fulani, the Maasai, the Samburu, the 3 African tribes, and the Inuit, the Eskimos, have no degenerative disease, not even dental caries. No cavities. Can you imagine going through your life with no cavities? That's how healthy you are? That's pretty incredible. And I mentioned this to a few people who were here for the lecture. The Maasai eat about 45 to 55% dairy, about 30% meat, and about 30% bland fruits, like squash juice or something like that. But mainly and then blood is another part of their diet for 3 months out of the year when the herds are calving. And the calves have to drink a lot of milk, not enough left for them, so they take a bamboo shoot, they cut it at a very sharp edge, take this huge slingshot, shoot it right into the jugular vein of a bull, and the bull will be sitting there, staying there, eating and eating and eating. Shoot this thing into him, and the bull goes right back to eating. It's like they don't barely feel it. So then they put a cork in it, and for that 3-month period, they take these bladders, the urinary bladders, or even the other bladder of the gallbladder of an animal, and they fill it with half milk, and then they uncork the plug, the bamboo shoot, fill the rest of it up with blood, and they shake it and drink it, and it tastes like milkshake. There's nothing in it that's so tasty, and it gives you so much energy so fast. It is phenomenal. It's like taking a superpower drug. I mean, it keeps you clear. It's not like, other drugs. They make the body wild and the mind doesn't go with it, But this takes the whole body and mind and nervous system with it. It's phenomenal. But because of the health of the bulls, they only do it that 3 months out of the year when they can't get enough dairy from their herds. The Fulani drink 90 to 92% raw dairy products. Now, all these tribes only eat raw foods except for the Fulani. The Fulani does eat 2 to 10% cooked meats. But the Fulani are the only ones who've also degenerated in the last 25 years of those tribes. They've started cultivating, they're getting very antagonistic, socially antagonistic. They don't get along as well anymore, and they're introducing a lot more of white man's processed foods into their environment. The Maasai rejected it about 30 years ago, and the white man's not allowed within the villages, and they go out and hike out 20 miles a day, do rituals for them, sell them their goods, and they're not harmed or hindered. The Maasai, in the Maasai tribes, it is illegal, it is wrong to feed a child fruit, especially sweet fruit, because it causes their minds to get too erratic and too irrational, and they get over emotional. The Samburu eat about 70% dairy and 30% meats. Can you imagine never having disease? It's phenomenal. The Maasai tribe are considered the strongest, healthiest, happiest, and most fierce tribe on the planet, of the primitives. The Eskimo, 90% meats. They don't get dairy, 90% meats. That's what they live on. And in the summertime, they'll eat berries and some vegetables. They'll chew on vegetables and spit out the pulp. And they eat lots of blubber, whale and seal blubber. Has anybody eaten seal blubber? It's so rich and so tasty. You can take 1 teaspoon of the blubber and half of it is oil. It's that concentrated. And it's like, I can eat like 3 pounds of meat a day and be satisfied. When I'm eating seal, if I eat seal meat with the blubber, I can eat like 1/4 pound a day, and I don't have to eat almost anything else. So it's extraordinary. Whale is similar. And the meat of a seal is like, it tastes like cooked sirloin. Very well done sirloin. I don't know why. It is so soft and tender. It's unusual. But the Eskimo living on that environment had no diseases whatsoever. The first case of cancer in the Eskimo was discovered in 1936. It was among the tribes or the offshoots of the refugees from the tribes that lived in the British and German colonies there in Alaska, eating the cakes and the sugars. The first case of dental caries was 1886, because after 50 years or 40 years or 80 years of eating the sugars and cakes, they started developing dental caries. But in the tribes, in the wild tribes that still eat the raw meat in their native diets, no disease, not even cavities. It's extraordinary. So the nervous system flows just like the lymph system. It's thinner. It's more impulse through electromagnetic current, like we have power stations moving through, and power can generate water, water can generate power. It's a self-sustaining system. However, the more it gets poisoned, the more problems it is. So it's rather fluid. It doesn't even freeze easily because the body makes an antifreeze to prevent the nervous system from breaking down. Now, the only thing that can really cause problems there is the zeta potential can be destroyed very easily by metals like aluminum. Zeta potential is the ability for nutrients to remain suspended in fluid. So let's say you have, a milk passing through your system, and all of a sudden it's inundated with aluminum. What happens? The nutrients drop down and separates like curds and whey. You think that's going to disperse to your cells evenly and properly? No, it is not. It's going to affect the brain, your thinking, your nervous system, all parts of your body erratically. The greatest infusion of aluminum comes from vaccines. But it not only has the aluminum poisoning, and it's a cauterized aluminum. It's not a natural aluminum, which occurs naturally in clay and on this earth. It contains mercury, thimerosal, liquid mercury. Each vaccine up until 5 years ago contained 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury. Can you count to 1 quadrillion in your lifetime? No. But yet they put 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury per vaccine injection. That's into your children and into you. Aluminum on top of that, and guess what else they have in the mix? Formaldehyde and detergents. Now, the FDA in America, and all countries follow the American FDA, and it's all just a fascist environment. My country, but our country is the most fascist country in the world, and I do not like it. But they're imperialists in the government. They want to control everybody. And that's the situation. And it goes in the health system, and everybody follows the American protocol. FDA allows the manufacturers of vaccines to call these new vaccines thimerosal-free, mercury-free. And do you know what they've reduced? They've reduced this from 76 quadrillion molecules to 56,000 quadrillion molecules of mercury. They've allowed them to reduce it by 30% and call it mercury-free. Fraud. It's complete fraud on the American people who are injecting their children at the government's behest and demand, if you go to school or whatever, to inject your children with these poisons. According to about 12 very internationally distinguished scientists, they say that mercury poisoning, even with the aluminum, even without the aluminum and the formaldehyde, has caused the increase of autism from 800 to 1,000 times in the past 60 years. Autism has grown 800 to 1,000 times the rate from that mercury in the system. Of course, there's the puppets of the pharmaceutical industry that dispute that and say that it's garbage science. But let me tell you, I've read that science over and over again, and it is very solid. They just want to keep you in control. How do you keep you in control? They keep your mind confused. They keep you biochemically confused so that they can control you, just like they have slaves in every other territory throughout the world. I don't understand the greed, but it is there. It is a fact. So what we can do to protect ourselves is to understand the chemicals that are going into our body that had never been there before the last 100 years. Now, I did the research very thoroughly for a documentary on Pasteur. Not one animal, not one of Pasteur's animals ever survived the vaccines. They found that when they put the mercury in there, it confused the body so much it didn't go into anaphylactic shock, but only 2 to 3% of the time instead of 99% of the time. Anaphylactic shock is a traumatic reaction from poisoning, chemical poisoning. So whenever the body got a vaccine shot, it went into traumatic poisoning. It went in and say, okay, it's time to die. The body will be damaged too much to survive, so it died. They found a way to counteract that by putting the mercury, formaldehyde, and aluminum in there so that you will survive, but you will not function well as a human being, especially in your nervous system and brain. That's why there are so few scholars out there and so many slaves, because people don't know how to think, especially for themselves, and take command. They don't want commanders. They want to command. So you have to watch what is going into your body. Now, there's a lot of researchers out there that say that Leonard Horowitz, a very well-known biochemist and scientist, has proof, both documented from the United States government military system and other sources, that show that AIDS and Ebola were created in America. I looked at the work of Dr. Strecker that showed that when he was hired to give an insurance company a basis for a rate on a company that was employing 60% homosexuals in San Francisco. They wanted to know the rate of death and health regarding AIDS victims because the population of the homosexual community had such a high rate of AIDS. So he was trying to fractionate this particular virus. I'm going to go into bacteria and virus and parasites in the next part of after our break. But just suffice it to say that they would take a chemical and put it on this protein network called a virus, and it usually fractionates into 5 parts. His kept coming apart in 2. 1,000 times he tried to fractionate these viruses, and each time it split. And the only time they split like that is when they're man-made. So he took the 2 opposite sides and spliced the 2 opposite sides together on the 2 separate viruses, and found out he had the lymphonomic virus of a sheep and the leukemic virus of a bovine. He put the 2 titles of those diseases, the 2 names of those diseases, together in 15 different possible names that they might call that. He was going to 5 universities in the country who do that kind of specialized work, and he usually gets to the military, department for biowarfare, and found it was at UCLA, the first name that he had on the list popped up. 1961, AIDS was created in the laboratory to test cancer in laboratory animals. He called his brother as soon as that report came in, and he called his brother, who was a high-powered attorney, and told him the story, and he started subpoenaing the U.S. government for all information on those tests and that creation of AIDS out of the military. They refused him for 3 years until he got a high-powered senator from Wisconsin to help him. They got the information, and the information is available in a book called Bioattack Alert. And it shows that the military put it in the hepatitis B vaccine, and put it because homosexuals were the main people getting hepatitis in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Houston, and New York City. And they were considered undesirables that they could experiment with in their own country, humans. So they put in the hepatitis vaccine. That's why 10% of the people who got AIDS in America were not homosexuals. These 2 people, that senator and that attorney, were dead 3 months later. Neither of them were suicidal, even up to the day that they were considered to have committed suicide. So according to their family, these people were assassinated by the U.S. government. And all the evidence shows that. Dr. Leonard Horowitz also has quite a few books with that kind of documentation. I say never get an injection from a doctor because you don't know what's in it. The pharmaceutical industry is run by the CIA and the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Foundations. And they were the 2 foundations that took over the American Medical Association, an old medical profession, in the early 1900s. And they write all of the procedure manuals from doctors. Merck's manual for MDs is this thick. All procedures come from pharmaceuticals. And do you think it's biased? You bet. Biased to what? Take a drug, take a drug, take a drug. And we find out, like all of the anti-osteoporosis drugs. What happened? Britain came with their analysis on 45,000 people. And guess what? There was not even, there was only evidence that maybe 1% of the women who took these anti-osteoporosis drugs had any reaction from it. And that was tertiary, maybe 1%. So all these drugs that you're taking are about a pharmaceutical company or conglomerate of companies making money. It has nothing to do with your health. Nothing at all. All these tests are biased and swung heavily. So you have to watch where your main poisons are coming from. Now the reason that I'm stressing this is because you do not get disease from microbes. Doesn't happen. Microbes do not make you sick and make you ill. Toxins make you ill. And you say, well, what about the Black Plague in Europe that destroyed a lot of people? Look at their environment. How are they living? You were burning smoke in houses that weren't properly ventilated. Smoke would go one floor to another. You were burning coal. Coal has a mercury vapor. Mercury, you're inhaling mercury. It's going right into your brain, right into your nervous system. Mercury does what? Mercury fragments neuron cells. If you look at Toronto, the University of Toronto in Canada, and put in on the internet, neurons, thimerosal, mercury, DVD, you'll come up with a DVD which shows a time-lapse photography of neurons growing. And they drop a 2% solution of thimerosal, liquid mercury, that they use in medicines. And you just see the disintegration of the neurons. 2% just gone, just disappearing just like that. And you're having injected you. When you use mercurochrome and methylate for a cut or a wound or a surgery, what are they putting on you? Liquid mercury. Mercurochrome, methylate, or liquid mercury. Poisoning you. Sure, it's an antiseptic. It'll kill anything. What's a good antibiotic? They wouldn't make any money with it. It's lime juice. When I found that out, I was on Maria Island, in between Tahiti and Bora Bora, and I had gone snorkeling, and I didn't heed the warnings of watch the tide. And I thought, it was so beautiful. I just got caught up with watching all the fish and the colonies of, crustaceans, everything. And I got caught in the coral. And there was 20 feet wall of it that I had to get through. And these waves were coming in crashing. And you could see it right on top of the coral. So I had to time it where I had to get through that 20 feet before the next wave came crashing down. I didn't make it. So I ripped all of the tissue on my thigh here open from about here to here. And I thought, it was 1996 it was, and I was Superman by then. I've been on a raw diet a long time, and I thought, no problem. So I went to, a little restaurant there, which was a picnic table in one of the natives' yards, and I was going to get some. First place I had raw chicken marinated in lime juice and a little bit of an onion and tomato. So the little young native girl, probably 15, 16 years old, came out, looked at my thigh, my shorts on, and she said, "Did you get that from the coral?" And I looked down and I'm pussing all over. Pussing, white and yellow and brown and, some blood in it. And I was a little shocked that it happened that quickly, but I didn't realize that the coral would be that poisonous to me. I was Superman. So she says, "You wait right there. Talk to me like my mother." So she went and brought out this half of a lime, and she says, "You squeeze that on, you rub it in." 20 minutes later, completely sealed. Lime juice is an antibacterial, antiseptic. Incredible stuff. Lemon will not do it. Lemon is a bacterial. It helps fermentation. Lime juice stops it. So, all the diseases that occur in reality are poisonous. Now, why did the coral do that? Because it has molds in it. It has algaic molding type agents that don't normally live in the human body. So that's a natural poisoning. Eating poisoning mushrooms is a natural poisoning. If I get bitten by a poisonous creature, it is a natural poisoning that we can usually defend ourselves against. When it is an industrial chemical poisoning, our bodies are not designed to defend it. So what does it do? It stores and isolates it in some pocket or cavity of the body if it can't get rid of it. Then what happens is it sits in there. It keeps damaging surrounding cells. And as surrounding cells keep dying, what does it create? It creates a mass area of dead cells. What is a tumor? A mass area of dead cells. If it's malignant, it has no cancer cells. If it's malignant, it has cancer cells. All caused from industrial pollution poisoning. Is a cancer cell good? According to medical science, I don't know where the science is, medical science, cancer cells are harmful. But if you look at the behavior of cancer cells, if you have a tumor that is non-cancerous, no tumor, no cancer cells in it, it's a solid mass with no circulation in it whatsoever. To remove that tumor, your body has to work on it from the outside in, slowly. If you had a tumor about this big, it could take 30 years for the body to break that tumor down and dissolve it. We know that in cancer cells, when the cancer cells die, it has a fluid system that is almost identical to virus. It dissolves all the surrounding dead cells. So what happens? You can dissolve a cancerous tumor in 2 to 5 days, as little as 2 to 5 days, or 3 to 5 years, and your tumor's gone. So I would say cancer cells are better than not having cancer cells. What is the problem? Why do we have the mass of dead cells collecting that cause a tumor? Industrial pollution has damaged cells in the body. Stop ingesting pollution. Here on this island, you got great. You don't have all that, pollution that we have in Los Angeles from cars and stuff like that. But you do have what? You have agriculture like pineapples. Pineapple production, they use the worst chemicals in pineapple field anywhere in the world. Do you know why? Because the natives, like in Hawaii, would come at night, because the bushes are small, and rip the entire field off in a day or in a night. So they made an herbicide or a pesticide, which was really a humicide. And when you come in direct contact with that, it causes bleeding out every orifice. You bleed out the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth, vaginal cavity, urinary tract, nails, everywhere in your body you will bleed. Now, they're supposed to clean that completely off of the pineapples when it gets to you, but let me tell you, they're not responsible. They don't care enough to take the time to be thorough about it. So if you touch one of those pineapples that have been chemically, you see a white powder on it. Now there's a natural white powder also on natural pineapples, but that powder, once it's been contaminated with that, you just get a little bit around your cheeks and you start flushing red. That's that contamination that has not been cleaned off completely. This is the type of thing that creates disease in our population. So you have to decrease the amount of chemicals in the system. time? Is it time to take a break? Is it 1:45? Pardon? 2:30. Okay, we have a little bit more time. I'm just going to start jumping into it anyway. Let's talk about microbes. Now we're taught antibacterial everything. Antibacterial everything is just like water. We're bottling water now, so let's market water. Let's market antibacterial poisons. Now, bacteria has never created disease in anybody. Bacteria exists in degenerative tissue and in all processes of the body. If you didn't have bacteria in your body, you wouldn't digest, you wouldn't think, you wouldn't do anything properly. You'd be totally devoid of your organism without bacteria. They said, well, there's the bad bacteria. There's the bad bacteria. Bad salmonella. There's 3,200 varieties of salmonella, and none of them has caused disease. Yet they're blamed for it. Why? Because they're found in degenerative tissue. The salmonella, certain species of it, can eat degenerative tissue and help you break it down, eliminate it from the body quickly. Isn't that a preferable? You want to get rid of waste and damage in your body so you can reproduce cells to get quickly healthy? Isn't that a preferable way to do it? If you had, let's say, a species of dogs, and you had, let's say, something came through and we had a hurricane, and it killed 1,000 people on your island. Wouldn't you rather have a bunch of dogs that came and ate all the dead bodies rather than them decay and not create a stinky, wild environment if you were primitive? Wouldn't that be the alternative? Because the dogs could come in, eat their weight in about 3 days, and produce how much fecal matter? 3 pounds? Maybe they've eaten, one whole person in 3 days. And they only have 3 to 5 pounds of waste. Hey, and that waste is fertilizer. That's what microbes do in the human body. Parasites do the same thing. So they go in and eat this waste in your body, this damaged tissue in your body, and remove it. But a parasite is even better than the colony of dogs that I described to you. As an example, parasites can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours and secrete only 1% as waste. It means it's like you eating 100 pounds of food and having a shit that's only a pound. Hey, that's pretty efficient, isn't it? I want parasites. Give me some parasites to do the cleaning quickly. I'll take it. But how much pollution do you have in the body? How much damage do you have? Can you survive through a cleansing of that nature? Because at the end of that cleansing will be a cold or a flu. That's when your body's taking out the waste product. A lot of people think the cold or a flu is the process of detoxification. No, it's the end of a process of detoxification and removal of the wastes. Hot flashes, perspiring, vomiting, diarrhea, mucus flowing prolifically. That's the waste. It's taking out the garbage. Fevers, wonderful things. You don't want to reduce the fevers? I give clues of how to reduce the fevers so you don't freak out with your children. But I've had children, infants, have 106 degrees. They never have brain damage, and they get well faster. And the children who the parents freak out, I give them the remedy to naturally lower the fever. They don't get well as quickly. Why? In the body, in the human body, when it reaches 100 degrees, the body can no longer breed bacteria or parasites or fungus. Nor can the cells manufacture virus. So all detoxification stops. Also, during a heat process like that, what happens? cells start regenerating rapidly. You know how people have sex and it gets all hot and steamy? Well, cells start dividing and creating that same kind of heat. So anytime there's a fever, that's the good stage. It's your healing crisis. Don't destroy your fevers. Ride the fever out like it's a hot day. You can't do anything about it. You know, the air conditioning's gone for a couple of days. You know, get through it and enjoy it because you will be able to regenerate cells, cellular division, much more thoroughly and intensely. You can get well fast. You know, if you stop those, you take aspirin and other garbage, your healing takes weeks, and maybe 6 weeks later you're back to normal. You let that fever go through and ride it, a week you're back into shape. Not even, sometimes a few days if you've been on this type of a diet like I have, the primal diet. A few days, you have a flu and a cold, you still go to work. You have pneumonia, you still go to work. It's the other people around you that are freaking out because you're blowing out the mucus, coughing and sneezing. They have the problem because they're in fear of the thing that you're not in fear of anymore. So all of those things in nature are the body healing itself. It's been doing it for millions of years. Industrial society is not your friend. It is a friend of profit only. I don't know, everybody has to have so much, and I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. How much can you really enjoy? I'd much rather have very good health and be primitive and living like the Maasai and the Fulani, you know. They celebrate together, they do art together, they live as a community. Everybody is in pretty good harmony. The Samburu is a little different. They're the ones that eat 90% dairy and only 10% cooked meat, 8 to 10% cooked meat. They are in conflict. They are not in the harmony that the other two tribes are, that don't eat any cooked foods. And that eat meat, lots of raw meat. So there are variations. Like I say, you can take the diet any place you want to go with it. I'm a person who was so sick so many years of my life, I don't want to even have 1 hour of indigestion produced by cooked foods because there's no enzymes or vitamins in it, and it has lots of contaminants in it. I don't want to experience a low of energy for a few hours or a day from eating a cooked meal. But that's me. And I have no judgments about people who would rather eat something that is delicious to them and that's cooked in garbage, you know, for the body. I have no judgment about that. It's what you want to experience and what you want to do. I'm just giving you a clue. The more raw you do, the more you watch the poisons and prevent poisons from going into your body, and the worst are medical. Stay away from the medical profession as much as possible, and you'll be safer than any other species of human on earth, any other tribe or selection of mankind. Stay away from the medical profession. They have nothing but poisons for you. So it's up to you where to carry this diet when I start going into it. But I'm going to give you what I know is the best to get you there quickest. But it's up to you to do what is comfortable for you. And I've had people, I had one woman who was 25 years old when she came to me. She was only able to work maybe 3 hours a day. Another woman that came to me at 28 years old was only able to work 6 hours a week. Chronic fatigue. She had cancer of the right breast. Her breast was down, almost down to her waist, the right one, with these hard rocks of tumors in her breast. And she had the kidney and adrenal cancer here in her hip bone. Cancer. Miserable, miserable way to live. The first one that I mentioned was on the diet for 10 years. Exceedingly healthy, gorgeous woman from Switzerland. Gorgeous woman. She got married 10 years later. Husband wanted cooked foods. she went into cooked foods because she wanted to be married to this guy. And that's the only way he would have her. You know? Of course, 20 years later, what happens? She starts getting her same illnesses back again. But that's a choice. She wanted to experience it. I don't judge her for it, but you can see what happens so that you can keep a clear mind of what your choices can and will be. So like I said, I have no judgment. Your experience is your experience. So you do what you need to do to make yourself happy. I'm just here to show you how to do it as best possible. So let's go ahead and take a break now because I'm going to get into viruses later and that takes a little time. Okay? Next, we'll get into viruses. Okay, let's take a 10, 15-minute break. There's one toilet over here, so and it's raining. So you have to make a mad dash if you have to go. Yeah, a few seconds.
Yeah, just a few seconds. Just to clear the air. What are you drinking?
That's sugarcane juice. Not high in sugar. The sugar is contained in the fiber. When they boil it, it releases the sugar. Very little sugar in this. Sweet though, because it's the minerals. Yeah.
Everything you said
No, not everything is there. No, that book would be this thick if it were.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Pardon?
How do you do water?
I drank probably, in weather like this, I may drink half a cup a day, if that.
Wow.
That's why I let you know that Landis is very good in rum punch.
I bet it is. Okay, so I talked about bacteria and parasites. Parasites, like I said, could eat 100 times their weight in a 24-hour period. Bacteria can eat maybe 50 to 75% their weight in 24 hours. Their discard is a little bit greater. So parasites are your best, and parasites are the most feared, aren't they? And bacteria are even heavily feared now. But the bacteria, they say that salmonella is bad. They say that botulism is bad. They say all of those those bacteria are contaminants. But like I say, they eat decaying tissue. They don't create the problem. What created the problem was the poison that caused the disease. When the disease was the damage, the collection of the poisons, which damaged tissue. So you don't blame the janitors for making the place dirty, do you? And that's what the medical profession does. It points the fingers at the janitors and say, oh, well, they're around the dirt and the garbage. They're the cause of it. It has nothing to do with that. Mainly the medical profession is responsible for 70% of all the diseases that exist today. In fact, I gave a lecture at Yale University about 18 years ago. 3 years after that, 4 years, they put in a grant to test salmonella. So Yale had been using salmonella now for 12 years to reverse cancer. Experimented with it, and guess what? Bion Products patented and marketed it 2 years ago. It's in human tests now. What they did was they attenuated the salmonella. They changed the genetic structure of that organism, that bacteria. Normally that bacteria will go and choke off the oxygen to the tumor and then eat it. They attenuated it so that it goes in and chokes off the oxygen to the tumor, but does not eat it. So then what the pharmaceutical company does, after they inject you with the salmonella, they inject you with a solvent, a chemical solvent to dissolve the tumor, contaminating your entire system. They charge you $8,000 for the salmonella and then $12,000 for the solvent, and then all the drugs you'll have to take after that to deal with the mass toxicity. So we're looking at $60,000, $80,000 through a cycle of treatment, just like any other chemotherapy. It is a business. Well, if salmonella can do it, just barely crack a few eggs and let them sit until they get stinky, and then eat them. Then you get plenty of salmonella that'll protect you and heal you. University of Toronto, in association with the Children's Hospital, the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, had been using the barotoxin produced by E. coli, E. coli, completely dissolve human brain tumors in 2 to 5 days, including the vessels going to it. They haven't found a way to market it. They haven't found a way to make it into a chemical they can patent. Plus, they don't want to get rid of cancer so quickly. 2 to 5 days, it's gone. So I say he shouldn't live. And I'm not kidding. I have clients that have irreversible cancer they can't get rid of, even on my diet. I have them eat buffalo fecal matter or some other fecal matter. One woman that I told you about with the breast cancer and hip cancer and all of that, she ate gopher shit. Gopher, feces. And within 2.5 months, her tumors shrunk by 1/3. She'd get the gopher crap right in her backyard. So, that's what she ate. And it works. Everything in nature is designed to help you. Now, all animals, you see them going around licking each other, licking themselves. Wait a minute, if E. coli is so bad for you, why are these species still alive? You have to look at the logic of the insanity of their thinking. E. coli is in everything. It's in every creature. It's everywhere. We've been using it, nature uses as fertilizer for hundreds of millions of years on this planet. Is that really causing your diseases? Or is Monsanto and Dow and Gulf and Western getting ready to outlaw organic fertilizers? Oh, the organic fertilizers have E. coli in them. Can't use them anymore, so guess what? We have safe chemicals to grow your crops. Do you think that that's more likely the cause of the bad publicity of E. coli? You bet it is, because E. coli doesn't hurt anybody. The worst thing could happen is you get a little diarrhea. And that's it. And it's a good cleansing process. Remember, E. coli is responsible for feeding your brain and nervous system, for reducing the molecules of protein and fats in such a finite matter size and matter that it can get in and feed the brain cells and nerve cells, neurological cells. So these microbes are not your problem. Now, fungus. You see what happens when you have fungus? You have athlete's foot. You have fungus under the nails. The nails will crack and turn. And you have blistering and bleeding. Those kind of funguses. You have all kinds of sugar-related molds that, the new health professionals out there saying, oh, everybody's got this mold in their body, so take this thing to get rid of your molds. Only way you can get rid of molds or temper them safely is lime juice. And you mix it with equal portions of honey. And you just take a little bit every day, and that will help poison it, because you don't want to destroy all the organisms in your body. So you have to only give it a dose where your body can use it systematically and efficiently and properly. and it'll use it on those molds that don't belong in the human body, especially penicillin molds. Penicillin molds are natural in the bird community. They are not natural in the human body. Penicillin is a grain mold that occurs in birds, in the fowl, not in humans. Even humans, the Asians, who eat massive amount of rice and grains, do not have penicillin molds in their system. Only birds do. Bird flu is another joke. Why? Do you hear now the FDA allowed cloned animals to feed you with cloned animals? Completely safe, just last week. Approved it. So now what they're saying is all animals that are natural are dangerous. So now our patented cloned animals are safe. There's no validity that they're safe. It's all about making money and being more powerful and controlling your food intake of the masses. So what you need to do is locally get a farm going so that you can have good, proper foods. And that's what everybody has to do. You have to grow your own foods because the foods that you're going to get in the market are not safe. And they're getting less and less safe every year. Now, if your body can't, and the molds though, natural molds are part of everything. You see molding vegetables, you see molding meats. That's part of the human system too. Gangrene, that is there to get rid of rapidly damaged tissue. Like I said, maggots. In Africa, they use maggots to put on gangrene tissue. And the maggots eat it all up, and then the leg remains, or the limb remains, or the wound remains. One of the only films that I saw depict such a thing was in The Gladiator with Russell Crowe a few years ago. And he's he wakes up in a cart and he's got a sword slash open here, and all these maggots are in it. He wakes up and starts brushing them away, and then the African American that is in the car with him says, no, leave them, they clean it out. The first movie that put something like that across. And it's true. So all of these things are very favorable if we know how to work with them and use them. Now, molds can get radical and out of control in a toxic body. You can use the lime juice to reduce any kind of bacterial or parasitical or fungal detoxification if it's annoying you and you can't function properly. You just have that little bit of honey, like 3 ounces of honey, 3 ounces of lime juice, mixed in with maybe about 3 ounces of Gerolsteiner water or some other good natural water, or collect your rainwater after it's rained a little bit and the pollution's out of the air. And then just mix that together and have that for as many days as it takes to reduce your fungal, bacterial, parasitical detoxification to where you're more comfortable. Now there's a fourth detoxifier, and that's virus. You hear things, viruses are contagious, viruses, the flu virus is going to go from one flock to another. Viruses aren't alive. You look at any biological book. There's no nucleus. There's no reproduction. Viruses are not alive. So the whole gamut of information that you're getting in the news is completely fabricated. Viruses are a solvent fluid, and there are 300,000 varieties produced by a cell. Let's put you down to a cellular level. Let's say you have some degenerative tissue in your heart, and your body is so toxic you can't use bacteria or parasites or fungus to get rid of that because there's a poison in there. And that poison will kill any bacteria or parasite or fungus that tries to feed on that tissue. So the body has to use a solvent, a network of a solution of protein bodies that will disintegrate that tissue, take it apart. 300,000 varieties. So they're always specific. And the medical profession says, oh, see, it's dissolving the cell. Oh, it's dissolving a slight fragment of that cell so it can remove that waste and rebuild that particular fiber. All 300,000 viruses aren't working at once. And they're seasonal. And they're seasonal to a very industrial society. You very rarely find viruses anywhere in the tribes, anywhere in nature, except in the bird community that's constantly subjected to fields of pollution from chemical agriculture. So there's lots of virus in birds. But they're not contagious. How can a non-living substance be contagious? It's absurd. It's like saying, oh, every household has laundry detergent, so it must be contagious. Is laundry detergent contagious? Well, the medical profession says it is. If they're saying virus are, then obviously soap is. Laundry soap is. It's an absurdity. Once you grasp the absurdity, you'll be out of that whole fear and garbage that they promote to sell you antibacterials and anti-anything and get you into chemical everything. Chemical meats, clone foods, chemically produced foods, everything away from nature. Money, money, money. Those viruses are more difficult. The parasites, the fungus, the bacteria, they eat matter and reduce it to a smaller waste product. If you take a solvent and you're going to clean grease off of your garage floor, you mix it with water, right? And you put it down on the floor, the concrete, it breaks up the grease. What's left over? A whole mass fluid of contaminated substances, both the solvent and your grease. Industrial pollution, a poison, are now in this whole body of waste, this liquid that you have to now neutralize and decontaminate in your body. Take for example, spinal meningitis, cerebral meningitis. The medical profession says, oh, bacterial meningitis and spinal meningitis of any kind, any meningitis, bacterial is not so bad. But viral meningitis is terrible. Why? Mass swelling. Starts causing seizures. It interferes with neurological transmissions. Well, if bacterial meningitis isn't so bad, why are bacteria so bad? Meningitis is one of the worst things you can have. One of the most difficult illnesses to get through. I've had it 3 times from the chemotherapy. Not a happy thing to get through. If everything had been and created if my whole body had not been poisoned by the chemotherapy, I would have never had viral meningitis. But because I was so poisoned with chemotherapy, I had no bacteria or parasites or fungus that could survive to help break down that toxic tissue. The organic tissue that was poisoned with the industrial chemicals. So if you understand all this, you understand what's happening in your body. You'll have more control over what's going on in it, and you'll understand it and not be afraid when you go through some difficult detoxification. And I guarantee you that if anybody has had a vaccine in their life, they're going to have some difficult detoxifications. And you have to see them through, depending upon where it's stored in your body. And if you're eating anything from a package, you know that there's chemicals in it. preservatives, additives, sweeteners like aspartame. And aspartame, as I was just talking with a few people here at the break, aspartame is a chemical that Monsanto created, and it creates in a lot of women symptoms of multiple sclerosis, fatigue, drying of nerves, loss of neurological function. I think that sound is getting into the tape machine, so you might want to try to give them a different toy. Aspartame is a sweetener, and it's in everything. And the FDA knew it was bad, and they allowed it because there's big money in it, huge money, because it would sweeten with just a small amount. And there's one woman, I forgot her name, she just did a movie called Sweet Remedy, and you can look it up on the internet. She sells her DVD for $25, and it documents the history of aspartame, interviews doctors who treat women who were, diagnosed with MS, and treated chemically, medically for MS when all they had was an allergy to aspartame. Hundreds of thousands of women. And she was one of them. Suffered for, I think, 6-7 years before she ran into the information about this. As soon as she stopped aspartame, symptoms disappeared. It can be one chemical in your body that can cause a complete havoc. And that's what it takes in some people. And with aspartame, it happens in too many people. But yet they allow it. Yep, it's in all Cokes. Diet and otherwise. Yep. Almost all sodas. Some of them are now bragging that they don't have it in there. Yet they poison people for 10 years with it. Oh, we don't have it anymore. Well, why did you have it in the first place when you knew it was bad? And Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola knew it was bad. They knew what the tests were. And this little documentary goes through that, interviews doctors, people who worked for the FDA, who blew the whistle on the FDA about aspartame. They worked there when they were fighting to not approve aspartame. But if you know the history of the FDA, the last 12 people that ran the FDA, not including the one that's there now, all went to CEO positions in pharmaceuticals or chemical companies. Straight out of the FDA. Heavy connection there. So, you don't want to listen to anything that they have to say. And they'll confuse you. They'll say, oh, we're protecting you here, so we've stopped this and this and this. But that's just to confuse you. So, virus, like I say, can cause massive swelling and make your symptoms a lot worse. Cause more vomit, more diarrhea, more nausea. Now remember, nausea is always the body dumping poisons into the stomach. Why? Because hydrochloric acid can neutralize many poisons. You can take a whole drop of poison, even from a rattlesnake, from a scorpion, the deadly ones, or supposedly deadly ones, and then put a drop of hydrochloric acid, and it will completely neutralize the poison. So the body dumps its poisons most often into the stomach for neutralization with the hydrochloric acid and then eliminating it. Diarrhea is when those poisons dump into the intestines and have bypassed the stomach, and the body has to wash it out quickly so it doesn't damage the mucous membrane walls. So diarrhea and vomit, nausea, all a sign of poisons leaving the body. Should not stop it unless you do it with cheese. You can stop diarrhea and nausea with cheese. Dairy, is the most sacred thing around. That's why the Hindus made the cow sacred. But the monks went a little too far and said, don't eat cow. You know, they're too sacred. Don't drink their milk. And it's, you know, dairy is what you have to have. Dairy is a substance that can be, once it's divided, it has so many incredible benefits. You can take whey. You have arthritis and rheumatism. You have calcium built up, calcium spurs built up in your feet or in your joints. You've got urea built up in the muscles and you're sore and achy all the time because your body's not breaking down the urea from metabolism. And some people lose that because of chemical inundation, mainly vaccines and antibiotics. So you lose that ability. So if you take the whey, which is the liquid for making cheese, you have the curds in the whey, the kind of chartreuse liquid in there, and you drink that, and you can get rid of all of those growths and subdue the arthritis and rheumatism and get rid of your aches and pains in your muscles, in your tissues. Cheese, if you eat it, I've found experimentally, there's a lot of foods that you can dehydrate. Once a food is dehydrated, there are no active enzymes in it. And you buy these supplements, enzyme supplements, dried enzyme supplements, you are being sold a whole line of garbage. Not that they won't be utilized in the body, it's just that they are not active. So the pancreas is responsible for going in and leaching enzymes, active nutrients, to reactivate those enzymes. It's a closer step than some medical approach, but it's still not the ideal. The ideal is to put fresh enzymes in the body. We're going to talk about that when we get into diet. So, disease, again, all these things, you're going to have to survive. And to help survive with them, you have to know how to eat. So anytime you get nausea, just eat a little sugar cube-sized amount of cheese. Good raw and salted cheese. Every 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes as you need it for nausea. It'll absorb the poison. Like I said, when a food that is dehydrated has no active enzymes. And I found that 99% of the time in all my tests with people, body will not digest cheese. It'll always use it as a detoxifier unless you give it to a natural animal. I've got animals that are on the diet and their bodies will digest and utilize the cheese because they were born and raised without vaccines on a totally raw diet, and so were their parents for 3 generations. Their bodies will produce the enzymes to make the cheese a food substance so they can derive fats and minerals and proteins from the cheese. But in the human body, I have never found it, but I still only say 99% of the time because I have to leave room for, discrepancies. But 99% of the time, I'll say, the body uses it to absorb poisons and not digest it. The minerals in the cheese actually have the ionic, magnetic, electric properties so that as it's passing down the esophagus, into the stomach, both chambers of the stomach, into the intestinal tract, the minerals have a property that they can magnetize the toxins out of your nervous fluid, your nerve fluid, neurologic fluid, and your lymphatic fluid and the blood as those systems pass the entire digestive tract, all the way from the throat down to the anus. It'll just attract it out of there. Hold on to it like a sponge and pass it out in the feces. If you want to reverse things like osteoporosis, you want to strengthen your bones, you've got brittle bones, you want to change that, you eat cheese with honey. The cheese and honey have to be in the mouth at the same time. The raw unsalted cheese, unheated honey, has to be in the mouth at the same time. Mixed together at the same time. That's the only way you'll be assured. Because honey is almost all 90% enzymes. Everybody say, no, honey's 100% sugar. Yes, if it's processed. But when the bee collects the nectar, the bee eats it and swallows it. Produces an enzyme and a hormone that is almost identical to insulin. So that insulin-like substance converts the nectar, the 90% of the carbohydrate into it, into enzymes for digesting, mainly protein and fats. Anytime you've got a digestive problem, honey, honey, honey. Even if you've overeaten garbage, I don't want to tell you that to encourage you to eat garbage, but even if you have indigestion from eating, say you've gone for, some kind of celebration, family celebration, you eat all this really delicious, awful food, and you're sitting there and you can't move and you just want to throw up or go to the bathroom or something. You can eat honey and it'll move it through, start moving it through, because it'll provide enzymes to start digesting it. Maybe you shouldn't be digesting it properly, but it helps it move it through and get it digested. But it's up to you where to take it from there. But honey, if you heat it over 93 degrees, destroys that insulin-like substance. And a lot of people say, oh, well, in California, in some areas of the United States, like the deserts in California, it's 150 degrees. And, the honey's fine. And the hives get maybe to 110 degrees. And that's all theoretical, because every hive that I've tested and the beekeepers that I've asked to put thermostats in it and check it, it never goes over 82 degrees. Even if it's 150 out. The bees fan the honey. And on a rare occasion that will get too hot at the top, the bees won't eat that honey unless they're starving. And that honey goes dark brown and black because they leave it alone and it just gets old. And the beeswax gets blacker and blacker as it gets older and it oxidizes. So the bees know what's happening. And if you feed bees the heated honey, they get, just like you're feeding them sugar, they get crazy. They get very nervous. They're likely to sting. They're likely to attack. They're likely to behave differently than natural, very calm bees. Now, when I worked in hives in the desert, when I was doing my bicycling, I took all kinds of jobs, to make money to buy, some avocados or something like that if I were going through a desert environment. And I would just pull those frames out. I was just wearing a loincloth. I had my beard and long hair, just wearing a loincloth, and I'm taking those bees, shaking them off the trays. And I only got stung once, and that's because a bee got caught in my beard and stung me right in the throat. And I worked 6 weeks and never got stung but that one time. The hives. So, and it's your smell also. People who do eat cooked foods, it does make the bees a little nervous, and they will sting people who are on a cooked diet more. But, I've been all raw for about 4 years at that point and wasn't having any trouble. And still don't have any trouble. I can go into a swarm and not ever get stung once. I've been coated with bees, put honey on me, never got stung once. Just to test to see what would happen. So I've got people, I've got people who actually sting themselves with arthritis and rheumatism because the bee venom is supposed to help dissolve joint congestion, just like whey does. But, being stung and dealing with that swelling is a radical way to do it. But some people do it. I say just get a bunch of bees and eat them. It'd be better to put it through that way than sting it right into your leg, because I had, one fellow who came to me after doing that. His knees were this big, and, his joints everywhere. He was only 20 years old when he came to me, and, he still claims that he was on crutches when he came to me. He's basically in a wheelchair. We had to help him up the steps, and I only had 4 steps into my house at the same time, and we had to carry him up the steps. But he still walked on crutches, so he wasn't that bad. But he's basically in a wheelchair. And now he's 30 years old, 31 years old. He's married, has a kid, works. And they told him he'd never be able to work again because he had rheumatoid arthritis. And you know where he got his rheumatoid arthritis? Mercury, thimerosal, sprayed on marijuana plants in Mexico by the U.S. government. He saw a deal going down. They left the 2.5 kilos of marijuana unprotected. He was 15 years old, 15 and a half. He stole the 2 kilos and smoked it for about 3 years. All of that mercury from the thimerosal poisoning from the U.S. government damaged his system. And if I didn't know how to help him get rid of it, he'd still be crippled today. But his joints are now just a little bit bigger than normal. But he's working, he's typing, he's functioning, he's walking. He has a child and a wife, and he's normal. He has a normal life. If you know what to do. But you have to know what's contaminating your system. And in that kind of case, they said he'd be crippled for life. His mother had to do everything for him because he couldn't lift anything. He couldn't do anything. He had to use a walker to go to the bathroom, and she had to help him even go to the bathroom. Now he takes care of a family. Wonderful things can be done. He didn't have an easy time of getting through it. It didn't happen overnight. It took, 10 years for him to be almost normal. So, you have to endure toxicity. You have to endure your body removing the damaged, contaminating, toxic stuff that's in your body from industrial pollution. And sometimes it may scare you. The pain may scare the hell out of you. And if you get my recipe book and the other book, there are all kinds of remedies. And what I suggest that everybody do is when they get the book, they go through, I've had this, I've gone through this. So then when it happens in the future, you look at all the places where you've highlighted, and you'll know what to eat to mitigate that detoxification. So you won't become afraid and run to the doctor and make it worse. Stop the detoxification with an antibiotic, put more molds in your body that are going to cause problems later, and you age and deteriorate like the average individual. Now, I was supposed to be dead 38 years ago. Cancer of the blood, bone. I was basically crippled from the pectorals down, crawled on the floor for about almost 2.5 years. I had pain, severe back pain, for almost 14 years before I knew what to do to remedy it. But see, I didn't have the fortunates that you have from my experience. I had to experiment with all this on my own. Because every time somebody tried to help me, they made me worse. Even your natural therapists. Because they substituted one chemistry for another. It was just theirs were cooked herbs, or some other process, or some vitamin supplements, which are chemicals. It's all chemicals. Only food contains nutrients to nourish the body. That doesn't mean that they won't make symptoms subside, because they can. But cocaine can make you happy and get rid of all of your pains. That doesn't mean it's good for you. And look at the tribes in Colombia, which don't have any animals to eat. They eat cocaine leaves raw. It destroys their appetite, so they don't experience the hunger. But their teeth rots by the time they're in their mid-30s. It rots their teeth. So, there are many things that you can do to alleviate your symptoms, but that doesn't mean they're healthful. So you have to be careful. And you can always be safe with the food as long as it's not a poison mushroom like I ate one time. But If it's, a food that is normally eaten and you know it won't be harmful and anything that I suggest in the book, it works. All these foods, and like I say, milk is incredibly beneficial. The butter is a substance that can be digested so easily in the system. When you take cream in the body, even when you're drinking whole milk, the liver has to have about 60 varieties of enzymes to take about a half of those and to make those creams into a cholesterol that will feed and protect your brain and nervous system. That'll replenish the myelin sheath, which is the skin of the nerves, and it's full of fats, about 60% fat. The brain is 60% fat, sometimes up to 80% fat. Highest concentration of fat in the body is in the brain and nervous system. The second is the bone marrow. So only cream can your body make those cholesterols to feed the myelin and the nervous system of dairy. Fish, it's also very helpful. The fats in fish are very helpful for replacing the myelin. When your body has butter, it cannot make those nerve and nutrients from the butter. It's already gone. It's already past that stage. However, that butter can feed every other system in the body and protect it better than any other fat in the world. And it's rapid, especially if you mix some with honey. I'm going to start getting into more about foods, but this is a lead on into it.
What kind of honey that is? Boiled honey?
No, it's got to be unheated honey. Completely unheated honey. No heat. Can't be over 93 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah. This man makes it.
The honey.
The bees make it. He spins it. Collects it and spins it. Yep.
Honey we buy in the grocery store is good though. It's not-
That's all heated and processed. Sometimes up to 170 degrees, so they can bottle it quickly. It's all about money. Honey that is not heated above 93 degrees takes a lot of time to bottle. Not much money in that. So, we're going to start talking about organs of the body. So we talked a little bit about the liver. Now the liver makes bile. Bile digests fats. It takes fats and it breaks it down into smaller molecules so that the body can make 60 varieties of cholesterols. A third of them are used to strengthen the body, to give you energy and power. A third are used to protect part of your skin, your fluids of your body that protect from insects and other contamination for passing through cellular walls. And then another third for cleansing the body. Almost all soaps are made from petroleum or fat of some sort. Now, 55 years ago, 100% of all of the soaps contained coconut cream. Do you know how much time it takes to harvest, grow, process coconuts? So now they make it out of petroleum, chemicals. When the coconut cream was the best cleaner of your clothes, everything that you had. They get sparkling clean just from a natural fermented coconut. Maybe it doesn't smell as good as you'd like, but it's safe. It's safe and healthy. Whereas all these soaps you have today, they're all chemically poisoned. They have stearates in them, which is stearate is a product of formaldehyde. Do you want formaldehyde entering your body through your skin, your lovely skin? Your face, in your toothpaste, in your makeup, all contaminants. Everywhere contaminants. And it's all about what kind of money they can make. It's not about your health. Oh, they'll say, oh, we have, Clinique will say, oh, we have these bioagreeable formulas. Bioagreeable to whom? Oh, they're not killing any animals? It's making them sick but not killing them? Oh, that's okay. Certainly doesn't make them well, but it doesn't cause severe rashes, so it must be okay. And that's the criteria. If it doesn't cause a rash, it's good for you. So you just have to be careful again about everything. These fats from the butter, like I say, they'll get to the bone, the lymph, the tendons, the bone marrow, the skin, the connective tissue, faster than any other fat. Even if it's animal fat, other animal fat. The butter does it quicker. Milk, like I say, when it's broken down into all of its separates, have remedies that are so different from the whole milk itself. And the whole milk is very nourishing. Now, I've talked about all the contaminants. I'm going to go into it in a few minutes, but I want to get to the glands that I want to mention. So the liver is responsible for making bile to digest fats. Now, because the bile is very caustic and can disintegrate complex fats, sometimes the body will send poisons there, just like it sends poisons to the stomach to let the hydrochloric acid neutralize the poisons. It can also send it to the liver so that the bile can act similarly, and hopefully fat will be available to bind with that. But if you have a thin person, of course, you don't have enough fat in the body. So you've got a problem, because fats bind with poisons. Pancreas, its job is to, everybody thinks it's sugars. It handles sugars. It makes insulin. So it converts excess sugars that one eats at one time into glycogen that stores so the body can use sugars later. And doesn't make people too hyperactive and crazy. The pancreas's main job is always to rework enzymes that come into food. Enzymes will travel or will register the food that comes in. It'll send out different chemical responses to readdress the enzymes so that you can make foods proper for your system. And that's the process of the pancreas. The pancreas, again, the medical profession is telling you a small window of what the pancreas does, because it doesn't want you to understand the human body. If you understand the human body, you'll take care of it and you won't need them. Oh, how terrible. So, let's don't need them. So the pancreas is also responsible if you eat cooked foods and there are no enzymes. The pancreas makes a hormone, or a variety of hormones, that are like the mafia sending out a few thugs and saying, you need a few pennies of your proteins, need a few pennies of your enzymes, need a few pennies of your minerals, all these unadulterated products. So it'll go in and leach out from your body's bank of nutrients every time you eat a cooked food. So you're spending your reserves and your health every time you eat a cooked food. Medical profession says, you can eat cooked foods, your body will create enzymes. That's like saying money grows on trees. It doesn't make them, it leaches them from your body. That's why people go from vital and healthy as a child to, does this look like your body has made anything? No. It hasn't made anything. It's leaching and deteriorating it for your life. I was a crippled and near death 38 years ago, was supposed to be dead. I turned 60 in 3 months. I feel healthier than I've ever felt ever as a child, because I was always sickly. Most of the time I sleep 3 to 5 hours a day. And I go the rest of the time, constantly working. And I love it. And I don't get unhealthy. And I don't have a problem. Because I know how to do it. I think you're pretty too.
I think they're pretty.
So, cooked foods also contain contaminants. Just like you cook anything, put anything to fire, you have a chemical alteration. You have byproducts. When we burn anything, we get carbon monoxide. You get when you cook food, you have various contaminants that are created. In carbohydrates that are fried, you have a very high rate of acrylamides. Potato chips, French fries, the worst foods on the planet, besides powdered evaporated milk. It creates the most disease in third world countries. You give aid to these companies that say, I'm going to go over and feed all these poor African children and Somalian children and Indonesian children that are starving. Their money goes to whom? General Mills, General Foods, which feeds them, gives them the worst cereals in the world, powdered milk. They get over there and they mix it with water and they eat this stuff. And the acrylamide is 1,500 times the healthful amount of acrylamides that the body can handle. So these children are poisoned to death. And what happens? The whole plan of it on a global level is they get rid of the welfare class. Genocide. It's another method of genocide. They know what this does. They've seen it. They've seen massive African go into poisons and disease and die in masses. And it's about even if it's in Asia, anywhere, not only Africa, they do it everywhere to those poor, hungry children to get rid of them. It's not to make them healthy and happy. So, foods when they're processed, the more processing, the worse it is. If you want to take a look at a 10-year study done with the difference between cooked and processed foods and raw foods, all three categories, look at the work of Dr. Francis Pottinger, MD. He did work with cats for 10 years, 900 cats over a 10-year period. The cats that he put on all raw foods had absolutely no disease. They could live many to a cage. The ones who ate cooked foods, the same foods cooked, the very same foods cooked. Not a different batch of cod liver oil, not a different batch of milk. Same milk, some of it cooked, some of it pasteurized, some of it made into powdered dried milk. The worse the processing and the cooking, the greater the diseases of those cats. The pictures of the autopsies, and those that were fed, the worst, their tissue are all black inside, almost charcoal black, as if they had been cooked, and very plastic looking and sticky. And the animals that ate only raw, completely raw, everything was red and glistening and vital and full and swollen with health. This is a 10-year study. And there were a lot, this was in the 40s and 50s, and when all of this information was published, of course the food industry got every paid, derelict scientist they could out there to contest all of this stuff. So a Dr. Edward Howell, or a scientist named Edward Howell, decided to do it with rats because rats only live 3 years. So he did with the rats, fed them cooked and raw foods. The ones that ate cooked had all the diseases of man, just like the cats, and the raw had no diseases. But the cats always lived 1/3 less of a life that ate cooked. The rats lived their entire 3 years. So Hal couldn't figure out what was going on. Why were the rats different? So for a year, he tests for chemical differences. Maybe there was something the rat produced. Couldn't find any differentiation in chemistry. So he was just pulling out his hair. Then he said something on a microscopic level that's so submicroscopic he couldn't figure out. Then he's going over the daily books, the diary of all this study, and found that the notation was the rats that were eating cooked food ate feces, ate all the shit. So he said, oh, well, that's a difference. Let's see what happens if we put a screen down. So he did the test all over again, put a screen down. Guess how long the rats lived that didn't eat their crap? 2 years. Lost 1/3 of their life. Again, eat, shit, and live. I'm telling you. Eat, shit, and live. When you can fathom that, you can get rid of all of your fears about anything the medical profession tells you. Just fathom that one. Okay? Because that's the biggest hurdle anybody would have. I'm not saying go you out eat your shit or anybody else, any other humans, because I don't know any other human. I don't know any human that's healthy enough, not even me. But don't worry about some little fly crap in your food or some parasite waste or some E. coli waste. Don't worry about it. It's not going to hurt you. Okay, so we've gone over with the pancreas a little bit. See all these little stories they combine in there? Makes it more interesting, I hope. So, so then what do we have? We have the gallbladder. What does the gallbladder do? What does the gallbladder make? Nothing. Doesn't make a thing. But it holds bile. Why? Because when we were primitive, we'd like the gorillas. They'll kill an antelope and feed 14 pounds of meat in 24 hours. Can you imagine eating 14 pounds of meat and fat in 24 hours? You better have a big supply of of bile, so we have a gallbladder that handles that. Because they'll eat sometimes, 15 pounds of fat in about a 3-day period. You better have a huge supply of bile because the liver can't produce that much. So the gallbladder is a storage area for bile. So somebody has a stomach ache, the doctors say, oh, you've got a gallbladder problem. They know that the gallbladder doesn't do anything but hold excess fat, and nobody eats those high amounts of fat. So if they remove it, your body's going to be so contaminated for a while, you're going to stop the detoxification of poisons dumping out the stomach or causing your stomach ache, and they call it a gallbladder problem. So they've removed your gallbladder, which you don't really need anyway because you're not primitive, or eating tons of fat at a time, and they take the credit for getting rid of your indigestion until it pops up 2-3 years later. Then you've got the same problem. Wait a minute. It was my gallbladder, you said. When this happened before, now it's happening, I don't have a gallbladder. So, what are you talking about? And this is the way, not the way doctors logically are trained to think. They're trained not to think logically. They're trained to accuse and go and perform and remove and drug. They're not taught to think logically. And it's not really their fault because the pharmaceutical companies run the medical profession. I think that most doctors go in to help people. But they are completely brainwashed by the pharmaceutical industry that trains everybody and writes the procedure manuals for doctors. So They're completely stupid and ignorant of anything other than what the pharmaceutical industry tells them to think. So don't be too angry with your doctor. Just realize you can't expect a drunk to be sober. And your doctor's drunk to death with garbage thinking. So then, okay, we have a spleen. And what is a spleen? What does it manufacture? Nothing. But what does a spleen do? Spleen holds blood, red blood cells, mainly red blood cells. 95% red blood cells, 5% white cells, but mainly red blood cells. Now, why do we need a gland or an organ that holds red blood cells? Let's say a woman has a period, loses a lot of blood. Got a good, nice pint and a half supply of blood right there. Fuses right back into the blood. She doesn't have to get weak. She can go on taking care of her kids and hunting or do whatever she has to do. Modern society, clean the house, do whatever else, and still function. So, what happens if you get a cut and you lose a lot of blood? Well, if you've got a reserve of blood there, you don't have to get a transfusion. Let's take one other circumstance where the red blood cells are needed, or when they're not needed in the blood. Let's say you get very cold and your blood needs to thicken. Your spleen can dump a lot of red blood cells into the bloodstream and thicken the blood. Guess what? You're warmer. Or let's say you get too hot. The spleen can absorb a lot of red blood cells, thin out the blood, and you're cooler. Kidneys can help in that way too. Kidneys filter the blood. Let's say you notice when you get cold, all of a sudden you have to pee all the time because the body's trying to get rid of excess fluids and thicken the blood. All of a sudden you get hot, and all of a sudden you can't pee. You keep drinking fluids and you don't pee because your body's trying to thin the blood so it can keep itself cool. So if you understand all of these functions which are going on in your body, you won't be afraid of your body. The bladder, just a place to hold the fluid as it's dumping so you're not urinating all over yourself all the time. So you'll pee in periods. Just like you'll bleed in periods, but more often. Women. So, all these systems in the body, it's very simple. The lungs take in the oxygen and expel carbon dioxide. Glands all over the body protect you. Those lymph glands I told you about, where are the main ones? Here. And in women, they have a lot more than men because they've got breasts where a lot more lymph glands can occur. Here, both men and women. Here, both men and women. These are your main lymph gland networks. And what do? They feed every cell in the body and they remove poisons. So let's say you've got a lot of dead cell collection, different parts of the bodies, because you've got a collection of poisons and damaged tissue, a lot of scar tissue, a lot of garbage. When you have dead cells that your body can't dissolve and get rid of, what do you develop? Tumors, mass areas of scarred dead cells that collect. Now, if it can be cancerous or not. But if you have cancer cells in the body which are trying to dissolve these dead cells to get rid of them quickly, that would be favorable, wouldn't it? Then wouldn't you expect to find cancer cells in lymph glands every damn place in your body? Then wouldn't women expect to find cancer cells in their lymph glands, in their breasts, all the time? 85% of the cases of breast cancer that are sent to me never had breast cancer. Their lymph glands were doing their job, getting rid of the byproducts of the cancer waste that had resulted from the body dissolving dead cells in the body. So women are having lumpectomies, having mastectomies, and it's not even necessary because they don't even have cancer of the lymph or cancer of the breasts. But the medical professions got you women running and scared. Running scared. I've had women, I got one woman from New Zealand, it started off with just small around. She went through her treatments, and then came to me after the first treatment. And I said, now, because you've had the poison, which kills cells and make cancer worse, maybe not now, but in 5 years or after, you're going to have more cancer all over the body. You're going to metastasize. You cannot expect to put a poison in the body, chemotherapy, and expect to get rid of cancer logically, sensibly, and rationally. Because the poison destroys the cells, the dead cells remain because your body doesn't have the nutrients or the ability to dissolve these dead cells, so you develop tumors, cancer. If your body's trying to remove the cancer, you have cancer cells. If you don't, you have benign tumors that'll arrest your functionality, and you can't get rid of them quickly at all. So those, usually, I even recommend that benign tumors are surgically removed, but not cancerous ones, because I like cancerous ones. Cancer cell is going to dissolve the dead cells. Your body has already taken action to remove it, to remove the tumorous dead tissue, to dissolve it. You just need to eat properly to eliminate it. So this woman had the chemotherapy treatment, went through the first bout of it for about, I think it was 6 to 8 weeks. So I said, now this breast is probably going to harden maybe by 1/3. Don't be afraid. It starts popping through the skin. You just keep rubbing coconut cream on it. I'm going to explain coconut cream to you before. Keep rubbing coconut cream on it. And they said, oh, she's going to die, has all this problem and that problem. Starting to dissolve and getting soft again, starting to look normal. But the breast, the nipple turned inside out, then back again. But see, all the doctors say, oh, you're going toward the end. Your nipples turn inside out. It's coming through the skin. We need to give you more chemotherapy. Slop it off. That's their thinking. It's not about nurturing and taking care of what's caused the problem. It's about mechanically treating you, and not for the best. They want to pull all the tumors out of, all the lymph glands. You pull all the lymph glands, then what system in your body is left to help clean out the toxicity? Your lymph glands are gone. You're going to metastasize. And also be careful of the doctors who say we cure cancer. They have a 5-year window. If cancer hasn't arisen again in the body in 5 years, they cured you. The reason they use that 5-year window is because usually it's right after 5 years that you metastasize. But at 5 years, that's a cutoff date. Legally, they're allowed to say you were cured, and any other succeeding bout of cancer was entirely a new crop. Had nothing to do with the first crop. But you think about it. They lop your breast off, all the lymph glands. Where's it going to go? Your lungs? Certainly it doesn't have these lymph glands to throw it out the skin anymore. The lungs, esophagus, throat, brain, intestines. Where else is it going to go? It's got to go somewhere. Got a patient right now who's going into surgery because he's got a tumor this big on his face. Huge. And it's becoming painful and uncomfortable. So I've had to work 5 weeks to condition this surgeon, and I go into conferences with him, and I have to do it in little pieces. And he says, well, those lymph glands, anywhere around that area, we're going to have to remove them. I said, wait a minute. if a lymph gland is responsible for moving waste, and part of that waste is cancer, then if that lymph gland isn't hard as a rock, it's not cancerous. So why would you want to remove it? Because that's part of the body's protection. So let's just remove the tumor. And this is the head of surgery in Los Angeles at the Kaiser Permanente, the head of surgery. When you talk to them logically, they have to say, oh, okay, so my patient's going in on Wednesday for surgery. Sorry, I can't be there, but I got somebody to back him up, keep them from putting chemicals, antibiotics in his IV, controlling it, got them to take the tumor out, not to remove any lymph glands. If you do, he's liable. I said the only way that I will, suggest to my patient that you remove a lymph gland is as hard as rock. And it's going to start developing like the one did. But that's only one lymph gland that kept swelling, holding this contamination that it didn't want to let go of. So this one lymph gland is this big, as hard as rock. One lymph gland was able to control all that contamination and grow and hold it, left all the other lymph glands all around non-swollen, non-affected. Body's pretty incredible, isn't it? So, but the doctor says, but it may, the jugular vein may go right through the center of it, and we have to remove your jugular vein. I said, have you ever heard of sculpting? Yeah, but we have to get all the tumor out. I said, maybe you don't. You know that he's going to have problems if you remove the jugular vein. His brain's not going to get the flow of proper flow of blood, and the whole right left side of his body is going to become very weakened because he doesn't have the proper blood flow through the jugular vein. So what do? You sculpt around it. You do the best you can. Oh, okay. He said, well, we may lose some nerves and you may have some smile problems. Okay. Yeah, I can understand. You can't scrape around little bitty veins you can't even see, that are in the tumor. But these radical things, you have to take the doctors right through it because they don't think logically. No antibiotics. Got a doctor to agree to no antibiotics. Can you believe that? And they thrive on antibiotics. And I just said to the doctor, if he gets antibiotics, you're going to be putting him toxic mold into his system. He's going to stop digesting. How well is he going to get? How quickly is he going to get well? Why don't you just experiment this one time? Go out of your box and try something new. And he's doing it. He's really doing it. Dr. DeFranzo. He's really coming out of the box. So he's going to see a whole new experience that he's never been through before. And at least he's curious enough to know, and he's young enough to know. He's like 38 years old, so it's wonderful, But you have to manipulate the doctors into taking care of you. Because it's not about taking care of you, it's their normal focus. It's about slash and burn. Slash and burn. Hunt, find, and destroy. So, okay, we've gone over just about every system in the body, haven't we? Have I left out anything? Any organs or glands? Well, the brain, there's glands. When you're dealing with the adrenal glands, you're dealing with energy levels, physical energy levels. If you're dealing with pituitary and pineal gland or pineal gland, however you want to pronounce it, that deals with psychological and hormone, brain and neurological activity. The thyroid glands and the parathyroid glands, they deal with regulation of the chemistry between the neurological and the physiological. And then the thymus is basically to protect the lungs and to create hormones to make the lungs and heart function 24 hours a day, because the lungs and heart never shut down. They work constantly. And they have to do it on a physical activity level. and that regulates that. It helps convert some of that adrenaline into hormones to regulate lung and heart functionality. So that's a chemical change and imbalances for physical activity and neurological activity. So the body is really very simple, complex with many trillions of cells, like 76 trillion to 80 trillion cells per body. That's a hell of a network, but it's all put together in a pretty simple package. So don't be afraid of it in the future. Protect your lymph glands, especially women, because they will attack you. This man's been told lymph gland problems, right? No lymph gland problem. If they're not hard as rock, you don't have a lymph gland problem. If they're soft and spongy or even rubbery hard, you don't have a problem. Your lymph glands are working. If they're swollen, good, and they're not hard as rock, they're working. Don't have them removed. Don't listen to a doctor. And when a doctor says, well, I have to do my job. No, you took an oath of office to do no harm. You don't know that those lymph glands are bad. They're not hard. You're not going to take my lymph glands. I'm telling you, I don't want you to take my lymph glands, and it's my body. And it's as simple as that. And they say, well, I can't work on you if you don't let me do my job. I said, you don't help me in the way that's best, then I'll have your home. Because you have to help me. I'm coming to you for help, but I'm going to tell you how I want your help. You are in charge of your body. Don't ever let a doctor tell you that he is taking care of you, because they are not trained to take care of you. They're trained to slash and burn, hunt and destroy. Period. That is it. And medicate and medicate and medicate. Deal with symptoms and never the problem. And the problem of disease, severe disease, where you don't get well quickly, is always from industrial pollution. Okay? So, taking to body pretty well. Now let's go back to food. Is it time for a break? Or I'm not losing anybody, but it's another half hour? Okay, good. I can get to the food section. Okay, foods, how do they work in the body? Now we went a little over fats, about how they can protect and lubricate and give you energy. Well, let's take it a step further. When we look at the body and find contaminants, where do we find the highest level of contaminants? In fat. Fat. Fat in our industrial society is the most important nutrient to protect you and get you well. Period. So, get fat. The only skinny person here gets fat. Did you see her? Before she was as skinny as you? Now she's not, healthier and happier and stronger? This woman is the right weight. This woman is the right weight. You're not quite enough. You're close. You're too thin in the upper part of your body. You're pretty good. You're fine. You need a little bit more weight. You need a little bit more weight. You're perfect. You're great. Okay? You need a little bit more weight. Okay. I had to go to the women first. The men, good hearty bodies here. Hey, you could lose quite a bit more weight. You could gain a little bit more weight. You could use another 10 pounds. And then you say, wait a minute, Aajonus, look at you. You don't have to, yeah, I got some here. But you have to understand that fat molecules, when they're raw, are very tiny. When you cook a fat molecule, it swells 10 to 50 times its normal size. It's like taking a piece of corn, popping it, and what happens? That's what happens with cooked fats. I've lived on nothing but raw fats since February of 72. I am full of fat. My body fat level is 24%. I'm bigger than he is, fat-wise. I'm about as big, no, he's probably about 28% fat, which is good. You're probably about, your legs are pretty thin, you're probably about 24% body fat. So he's about the same as me. But we look different because the quality of fat, the size of the fat molecules are different. When I was very ill, I allowed myself to get her size because I wanted all the fat protection I could get. And we don't even have to talk about you. You need bunches, 60, 70 pounds. Just remember the fat, if you have fat in your body, guess where the poisons go? Into the fat, immediately. If you don't have fat, guess where those toxic substances go? Into wherever it can find the most fat in your cells. First the nervous system, the myelin, the brain, the bone marrow, and then every other cell available. It damages the RNA and DNA, destroys your cells, and you're progressing toward cancer quickly. How many skinny people get cancer? You know how many skinny people come to me with cancer? 80% of my cancer patients are skinny. 50% of them were long-term vegetarians. Vegetarian diet, not a good diet. Look at Linda McCartney. Everybody know? Died of very aggressive breast cancer. She was against Paul eating his hamburgers every once in a while. She caught him eating a hamburger and said, I will divorce you, I'll leave you. She says, I will never get cancer because I'm a vegetarian. She died of one of the most aggressive, nastiest breast cancers that people have seen. Very painfully, too. She ended up getting chemotherapy and everything. She got so desperate with pain, and it was so aggressive and fast. So don't follow that garbage about vegetarians. Vegetarians get more cancer because, again, remember, fat molecules that come from vegetables harden in the human system. Our body temperature is not high enough to maintain a fluid vegetable oil. It crystallizes. So a vegetarian diet is the opposite of what you want. You want to prevent, especially if you're skinny. You're in real trouble. So vegetables, not a good thing. So now I have to dive back into the digestive tract a little bit. Now why don't I eat whole vegetables? Because in the digestive tract, as I said, we don't have enzymes for breaking down cellulose. An herbivore has 2 to 4 stomachs. It has 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the proteins from it. What the hell are we doing eating vegetables? They say, well, cook your vegetables. Then you'll free up, break down the cellulose, and you free up the proteins and fats. Yeah, but what do you render? Acrylamides, what are the heterocyclic amines from the proteins? Got all kinds of dioxins produced by the fat. And I've named just 32 of them in the recipe book. In the last 50 pages of my recipe book, it has all of the science that is known to be triggered by cooking. 32 toxins produced by cooking.
In vegetables?
No, in all foods, and different ratios of them in the different foods. So, cooking, that's not the greatest solution, is it? Then why cook? Okay? Eat what is right for the human body. So what happens if you eat whole vegetation? Vegetables go through, your body tries to digest the cellulose matter. The cellulose is very alkaline, produces alkaline fluid. What happens with the hydrochloric acid and the other acidic bacteria that's supposed to digest your animal products? Neutralizes it. So then you over-alkalinize your intestines, so when the animal foods go through, you don't digest them. If you eat it cooked, highly acidic with all the other contaminants that go along with it. So eat properly for the human body, and you don't have to do all these balances and counterbalances and balances and counterbalances, because you'll never be able to keep up with that chemistry. You were not smart enough. Maybe if we had all brain cells alive, it would be okay, but we don't. We only use 10% of our brains. We got the biggest brain on the planet, we only use 10%. Why? Because the 60% of that fat is inundated with poisons. How can we utilize it? I've got 16 more years to go before my brain's clean. We'll see what happens then. You know? Maybe I'll be smart someday. Instead of just rational and logical. Pardon?
Give me a call.
Okay. And it takes 40 years to get your body completely clean, according to the studies of Pottinger and Howe. When they took those cats and rats and put them on a good diet that got so diseased, it took 5 generations to get them well. So let's relate that with 5 generations of cells in your body. It takes 7 to 7.5 years to replace every cell in your body one time. So let's take 5 times that 7.5 years, you have about 38 years. So let's say 40 years, if you're on a perfect diet, it takes 40 years to completely clean your body to where it's perfect. I still have 16 years to go, but I'm already satisfied, you know. I mean, I still want to see what's in the road ahead, but here I am, almost 60 years old, almost finished 60 years, and, you know, yeah, almost finished 60 years. And I'm getting healthier every day still. I get healthier every day. Instead of, you know, aging and deterioration being synonymous, it doesn't have to be synonymous. If you take care of yourself, you know how to treat it. You know how to respect it and feed it. So, vegetation is not good, right? But how about vegetable juice? We know that dogs and cats and apes will chew on leaves and fibers and grasses and spit out the pulp. So you need vegetable juice. And vegetable juice is very good. It alkalinizes the blood. In our toxic environment with all this pollution, we have all these acrid substances in our air, in our food, and pollution already in our bodies with all these injections and medication, which all create over-acidic environments. So you can get all this good alkalinizing minerals to bind with those acrid poisons to help remove them from the body, especially the blood. So vegetable juice, green vegetable juice, is a very good thing to consume every day, except for children. Children have a highly naturally alkalizing system. So only if that child begs for vegetable juice should you give it to them. Otherwise it'll make them more hungry. And usually if you're not feeding them well, they'll eat really a lot of junk. So you don't want to make them too hungry. Sometimes the children should have vegetable juice, but not frequently. And only when they want it. Or only when they've got a burning tongue, getting blisters somewhere, then they need some over-alkalinizing minerals. Try cheese first and just a little bit of vegetable juice, maybe an ounce, 2-3 ounces maximum, every couple of days, and that usually resolves it, that over-acidity. So vegetable juice is a very, very helpful thing to have to help alkalinize the system. Now we talked about the poison storing in fats, and I want to say that again, get fat. You want to be protected, you want to be safe, get fat. Even the bad fat is a good protecting fat. because that is one thing the body does not discriminate against. The poisons will go into good or bad fat. That doesn't mean it's easy to get rid of the bad fat and to deal with it, and it's so much larger than the raw fat, so it's uncomfortable to carry. The heart works more, the legs work more, everything works harder. So if you get fat on the good raw fat, you don't have to have as much girth. Now normally, when I was this weight on a cooked diet, I was 145 pounds, 143 to 145 pounds. Guess my weight now. 180. I'm 180 pounds. And I'm only 5'7" and 3/4. 180 pounds. 5'7" and 3/4.
Why no would that be the difference? 7.
Because everything is denser on this diet.
Like going to the gym.
Well, yeah, kind of. Everything is denser. The fat molecules are smaller. The protein's more stable. Everything is heavier and more stable. Much stronger. You know, I remember about 12 years ago, I went to an art exhibit out in the desert. A friend, makes sculptures and then makes the cast iron objects. She had this big turtle on this pedestal. And I said, I wonder how much that weighs. So I just went to lift it, give it a try, and I went like this. Just let it down. You're not supposed to touch things like gas. So she ran over, and I thought she was going to scold me. She says, you know what you just did? And I said, uh-oh. I did the worst thing I could do. I touched an art object, a metal art object. She says, that's 280 pounds. And I was lifting it like it was nothing, like that. And I don't exercise. I stopped exercising in 1979. All of this is just from eating right. Solid. Eating right. I don't exercise. Well, Cary Grant, remember this is his exercise? That's my exercise on my computer. And speaking, and sometimes, every couple of weeks I'll do 8 hours of this, of walking, and that's my exercise. And other people are pumping iron to, look like this. That's solid everything. We didn't turn that on. So let me see.
Why do you not exercise? Is it because you don't need exercise or because you don't believe it?
No, there are people who need exercises and there are people that don't to exercise. Now the way I determine that, I look in the irises, and if I see activity rings, it tells me how much activity hormones a person produces daily for physical activity. The more activity lines you have, the more exercise you need, the more physical activity can determine your job or whatever you do in life. All athletes have 7 to 11. I had a little 9-year-old girl brought to me in Chicago it was Omaha, that had such hyperactivity, unbelievable. She couldn't sit for 10 minutes. She was twisting on the chair, going like this, fiddling, and and the parents brought her to me to calm her down. And I looked in her irises and showed them she had 14 activity rings. I'd never seen more than 11, and she had 14. And I said, this girl's never going to be able to sit for 10 minutes. You have to take her out of school, homeschool her, and half of her schooling has to be athletics. And I said, you need to get her into a sport, basketball, tennis, something like that. She doesn't like basketball and tennis. She says she likes baseball, and I said, then you better be a pitcher. She said, that's what I am, a pitcher. And she loves it. As long as she's doing that, she's fine. But she is not a kid who can be in school and not have ADD. ADHD. Now, most kids are hyperactive not because they have a lot of activity rings. They're hyperactive because of the sugars and chemicals. The body has to burn it up, just as if it were the hormones. And I say to anybody who has anxiety, if you're not exercising, you're going to have anxiety. If you produce those activity hormones, there are 2 doors you open every day. One is anxiety and one is activity. Which door do you want to pass through? It's your choice every day, because you will produce those almost every day. I have 0 activity rings. And the only thing that anybody can get me to do is have sex. That's it. It's the only thing I'm interested in burning energy on. So that's all there is to it. So when you have no worry rings, activity rings, that's that. So and if you look in your eyes, you see those little rings around. Count them. You'll see how many you have. If you have like 3 or 4, you need about 3 or 4 or 5 hours of just activity. That doesn't mean exercise. Just means activity. And if you're a mother, you're getting 3 to 5 hours easily. It's easy. But if you have 8, 10, then you better have an exercise program too, every day. What happens to the athletes when they go on, a spring break? They start beating each other up in bars and, beating their mates and wives and girlfriends, and because they are not utilizing those physiological hormones for activity. So they go into anxiety and then other uncontrolled activity. So, because nobody tells them that, hey, you're producing these hormones. That's why you're an athlete. That's why you can exercise 8 to 10 hours a day and enjoy it and love it. That doesn't mean you get a day off from exercise. That means you get a day off from teamwork, but you don't get a day off from exercise. Because then you've got a problem, especially if it builds up for 2 or 3 days. You're going to have a maniac on your hands. Male or female, doesn't matter. But let me tell you, I won't date a skinny woman. I wouldn't date a skinny man either if I were into men. I'm not making a prejudicial statement against men or women. Skinny men or skinny women are crazy. They have no fats in their body. They get hyper very quickly because the poisons go into their nervous system to get the fats. They don't have it, so they're constantly irritable on high end. And if they have activity rings on top of it, they got those hormones pumping them for activity. And the more sugar they get, the worse it gets. Anybody know Twiggy? Mm-hmm. I took her on one date in 1973. I took her to the opening of Butterflies Are Free. I never called her again. She was hysterical. It was a new theater, the Aptos Theater Cinemas in Los Angeles, in Westwood. First multiplex. It was only 3 theaters, but it was the first multiplex. And I didn't want to go through all the paparazzi leaving because I still had cancer. I was still sick, not well. I was getting a lot better. I wasn't, in a wheelchair anymore, and I wasn't crawling on the floor like a worm. But I had to move slowly. The light flashes going in bothered me, gave me a little headache. So I wanted to go out the back way. Well, they hadn't finished the theater completely. So we went into the back. Out to the back there, I saw all these building materials, and the door closed behind us. And I said, I hope that wasn't locked. She went hysterical. All I said was, I hope that didn't lock. And the whole idea was, we're not going to get out of here. Was her idea. It's just a few knocking here and there. It's just that we'd have to go out to the paparazzi area to find somebody, because they weren't going to go out to the back where we were going to go. Although I told the limousine driver to pick us up on the side. So she screamed and screamed and screamed. Her manager, Justin, and I practically had to slap her and shake her to stop her. And that's always with thin people. They are vile. They are more volatile all the time, unless they're in seclusion. Then they got nobody to be angry with, nobody to blame. They just take it out on their own brooding, or whatever. So, don't be skinny. Don't pray to be skinny. Enjoy that 100 years ago, a skinny woman would have been completely rejected as a good mate. Completely rejected. Wouldn't have been chosen because the likelihood of getting through, well, not in this environment, but like in the United States or in Canada, in those cold Europe, you gets cold. And you better have fat to protect you. If you're breeding children, you got to take care of children through winter. You've got to survive it. They didn't have central air and central heating. So a woman had to have good, fat on her body. And the voluptuous woman has been adored up until till Twiggy time, 1960s, 1971. From then on, it was all skinny. All women want to be skinny.
That's the fashion we're living in.
It's crazy. It's insane. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world because it's the most unhealthy. It's the most unprotected you can be. Fats protect you. Let me give you an example what it can do. Every year I go to North Carolina, an area there, and there's a group in North Carolina called Earth Haven. And they're a bunch of old hippie naturalists, my age and older, who formed this community to be all natural. They were all vegetarians. Before I went there, one of the vegetarians there was about 39 years old, literally had black skin all around his gray skin. And he was not a man of color. He was a white man, but gray as could be, and huge black circles in the skin all around his eyes. Looked like a raccoon. And he was very sick and very ill, chronic fatigue, nauseous all the time, couldn't work well, had all kinds of problems. And he went on to the diet. I don't remember how he discovered it. In a year, he was a completely different person, but he was a closet primal dieter. Primal diet is what I call my diet. A closet primal dieter, which means that he didn't let anybody know he was eating the raw dairy and raw meat because everybody else was vegetarian. But they kept seeing the changes to him over the year. And they were astounded. And he said, no, I can't tell you what I'm doing. I can't tell you what I'm doing. And finally, after a year, it got they were so annoyed that he wouldn't tell them. He said, you really want to know, but you can't agree that you can't eliminate me because I have too many years invested in this community. And they said, okay. And within a year that he told them, they invited me. They went to raising pigs, goats, milking goats, chickens, eggs. The whole community changed. Only 10% remained vegetarians, and all of them got healthier. So my third year there's this guy walks in, looks like he came right out of a motorcycle gang. Thick, hard skin, and tough looking. This wasn't the guy that was part of this community, but here he is coming to me. So, I'm looking over as I did his irises, photographed his iris. His body was so clean inside. His skin had taken the brunt of eliminating all the poisons. But I said, I can see that you've been a drug user from your skin for at least 25 years and an alcoholic for at least 25 years. He said 30 years. And I said, it doesn't make any sense. You're only about 30 pounds overweight, maybe 25 pounds overweight. You just don't have that kind of fat to have protected you. He says, before I went on your diet 4 months ago, I was 300 pounds. So you see, the only thing that was damaged in his body was his skin. All of his organs, everything inside was so clean he looked like a 23 or 24-year-old. 28 in some parts of his lungs. But he kept himself clean because he was exceptionally fat. The poisons had somewhere to go. They didn't damage his liver. They didn't damage his pancreas. They didn't damage his intestines because he had so much fat there to protect himself. But if you want trim fat, like me, you eat the raw fats and stay away from cooked fats. Like I said, the body converts a lot of different foods into fats. So, very swollen fats, acetones, come from a lot of carbohydrates that are just swell up and get very, very large. 50, like potato chips, any kind of chip. When the body makes a fat, it converts that into an acetate and to an acetone when it utilizes as an acetone, that's 50 times its normal size of a fat molecule. 50 times. So think about that when you're eating a chip or a French fry.
What about the butter we get in the grocery? It says pure butter.
It's pasteurized. So that's going to swell probably 4 or 5 times its normal size.
But it's better to eat that than to eat it fried or cooked.
Absolutely. It's better than any vegetable oil, but it's still not the best. You're not going to get it as healthy as quickly. Okay, we're going to take another break so that everybody can empty their bladders or whatever and get some more nourishment, keep the brain going.
It just busted my diet.
Good. I'm glad about that. You have to lose weight, weren't you?
I've been eating a lot of raw vegetables.
Oh.
It's, you just busted my diet.
Simon?
Just tell us about it.
That's tasty, isn't it?
Right.
Simon?
Eats everything, so you must not. It takes about 3
Good.
months.
Honey and coconut cream. Good for the lips. Good for anything. Yeah, good. Good, huh? Want to try some? Try some? Try some? Put it on your lips. It's honey and coconut cream. Cook your lips with it. Yes. There you go. You've got some? Try some? Yeah, you did. You try some? Honey and coconut cream.
Put it over my...
Yeah. It tastes good too. Oh, yes.
You get it in natural stuff? What? When you want to get rid of it? How do you do that? Yeah, I can go somewhere else.
Try some?
I'm not in that security.
Try some? For your lips? Oh, you did? Welcome. Did you try some for your lips? Oh, that's right, you did.
How do you make your cream honey?
That's butter and honey mixed.
Okay.
That's butter and honey. Whip it or put it in the blender. The best way to make cream honey?
You use the crystallized honey?
No.
Oh, the liquid honey.
If you make crystallized honey, refrigerate it. It'll crystallize quickly. But I think it reduces the nutrients.
Yes, it does.
Crystalline, yeah. Okay. We're talking about foods. Talked about fats many times. I can't stop talking about fat. It's an important nutrient. And other fats that are pretty good are avocados, olive oil, none of your fat oils, none of your seed oils, unless you're dealing with cancer. You could use some flax oil. Just remember, it has a vegetable nature, so it will crystallize in your body if you're not taking it just medicinally. Never more than a tablespoon a day. Olive oil is not a vegetable oil, and it will not crystallize in the body, but any pressed oil is a solvent reactive. It's like putting nutrients for virus in the body. It will help you dissolve toxicity in the system. So unless you want to have heavy detoxes, use it small amounts. Don't use a lot of it at one time. Don't use it too frequently. Unless you're already, in the habit of doing it like you're Italian and you've used a lot of olive oil in your life, you could probably get away with it because your body's already used to that kind of decontamination or detoxifying. That your body will use it in somewhat different manner. Now the best oil for cleansing is coconut cream. Coconut cream is made by taking the mature coconut with lots of white meat, running it through a juicer like the Green Star Gold or the Green Star 1000, and it separates the pulp from the cream, the juice. Now the most ideal is to, on the day that you're going to juice coconuts, it's an arduous job. Crack open the coconut, to slice it, put it in like a food processor to grate it. You want your house warm, 80, 85 degrees, because then it will separate. As long as that coconut is cool, below, let's say, 78 degrees, the fat holds on to the fiber, doesn't let it go. So it needs a warm temperature, a warm house to be able to juice it. But you can make coconut cream. It'll last 5 to 6 weeks if you add about a quarter of a teaspoon of lime juice per 7 ounces of coconut cream. Now in the book, I said like a tablespoon or 2 of lime juice. Nobody likes that taste. It's overkill. So scratch that one. Put just a quarter of a teaspoon of lime juice per 7 ounces of coconut cream. That's the only change in the book.
What about when we cut the coconut open and just drink the coconut water here or eat the inside? Does that help the body?
No, it doesn't work the same. She asked if, but let's save your questions to last. Be sure and just write them down. But she says eating the coconut meat and drinking the coconut water or milk, does that work the same? It does not. You need to extract the fat from the fiber. Otherwise, your body's going to treat the fiber just like it's a vegetable. Very complex cellulose molecule. You can't break it down easily. So it's preferable to juice it where you remove the fat from the meat. Now what that coconut cream does, it's good for removing scar tissue quicker than anything else, more safely. It isn't like the olive oil, which is more abrasive. The coconut cream has a lot of fat and water-soluble vitamins. Your oils, like olive oil, have purely your fat-soluble vitamins. The coconut cream has everything in it. Only 15%, 5% carbohydrate, 15% protein, 80% fat. Perfect ratio for the human body. So coconut cream is very, very important. However, it is not a fat that will stabilize and heal the body. It will clean it. It will stabilize it, maybe only 20%, but nothing like the butter and the cream will do, or meat fat. So, coconut cream I advise everybody to have. Now, I've had some people that have overdone the coconut cream. So much coconut cream that they go into such a heavy detoxification that it's overwhelming and they become frightened. One man that was consuming a cup a day. Many of you remember Paul Cohen, the famous tennis player who was also the coach for McEnroe. He was on the diet like 11 years and decided he was so healthy that he was going to consume a cup of the coconut cream a day. And he did it for a year. And boy, when he went into a detoxification, he was crazy. Wasn't thinking logically. Everything went askew. And it took him 9 months to recover from it. So do not force yourself to detoxify like that. It is an insane thing to do. Literally can make you insane. So caution. Forcing detoxifications, caution. Okay, vegetables. For vegetable juice, we need them to alkalinize the system. Best is celery. Celery, because it's very high in sodium, has almost the exact mineral balance of the blood serum. There is so little carbohydrate in celery, there's not enough carbohydrate to digest celery. So it's very low in carbs. It's almost a negative if you're juicing celery juice. You can add a little bit of carrot juice to that, maybe 10% to 20% parsley. Parsley and comfrey are two very important vegetables. The two most important vegetables are celery and parsley, or comfrey in place of parsley. Can be the curly leaf or Italian parsley, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what kind of celery. And the third most important is very zinc related, and that's zucchini. Now remember, a vegetable is a leaf, a stalk, and a root. Tomatoes, squash, cucumbers, zucchini, those are not vegetables. They are produce of a plant, so they are bland fruits. They do not contain high sugar. However, that zucchini is high in zinc, which combined with a lot of toxins in the body. So those three are your main. Now, a lot of people, especially in a climate like this, cannot get celery to grow very easily because it splits with all the rain. So substitute is sugarcane. A lot of people say, oh, sugarcane, lots of sugar. The sugar molecule is in the cellulose. You know the way they have to get the sugar out of the sugarcane? Boil it at 475 to 760 degrees. They have to completely boil it for hours to be able to get the sugar to release from the cellulose. So when you get sugarcane juice, that sweet is the alkalinizing minerals. It's all the potassium, the phosphorus, the calcium. All of those alkalinizing minerals are sweet. They taste like sugar, but they are not. So there's very little carbohydrates in sugarcane juice. Some people, if they don't have sugarcane, if you don't have sugarcane on the island, I'm getting sugarcane juice from here, so I know you can get it here. You can also take unripe papaya and juice that, and that's a substitute.
Unripe.
Unripe.
Does that mean green?
Green, hard green. You juice it hard and green. And that's a substitute for celery also. Nothing's a substitute for comfrey or parsley. I mean, you could use spinach and all of those, but they may cause some other detoxifications. Oxalic acid could cause neurological detoxification, spleen detoxification, something like that. So if you're using any other herb fresh to juice, make sure that it's no more than 5% of the volume of juice. No more than 5%. Have that 2, 3, 4 times a day, depending upon your need. Alkalinize. If you're easily irritated and you're keeping active, then you need more juice.
So when you say 2 to 3 times a day, is that a half a cup, 8 ounces?
That depends upon your digestion. Let's say if you have a tendency to get over, let's say you've been a vegetarian. You want less vegetable juice because you've been on an alkalinizing diet already. You've got too much alkalinity in there. So you don't produce the enzymes and the acids and bacteria necessary to digest your animal fats. It's been destroyed by the over-alkalinization of that diet. So if you find that when you have a vegetable juice, the next time you eat a good heavy meal, it takes too long to digest, then the next day you cut down the amount of vegetable juice that you take before that. Now, depending upon the size of body, I'd recommend he takes 12 to 16 ounces first thing in the morning. I would suggest that you drink 8 to 12 ounces the first thing in the morning. But start the day off with a good vegetable juice to alkalinize the system after a long night, because your body will have dumped the most acidic toxins during the night from the brain and nervous system. As soon as the light goes down, the nervous system starts detoxifying. By midnight, 12:30, it is in full detoxification mode, and that lasts from 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. And you'll find that sometimes you won't be able to sleep between 12 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning. Don't expect yourself, don't go into anxiety because you expect to be sleeping. You're not going to sleep. Get up and do something. Then go back to sleep at 5:30. Get up at 7. Go on with your day. Then go to sleep at 9 o'clock at night. Then when you wake up at 12, between 12 and 2 o'clock in the morning, you find something to do until 5:30. You adjust to it and you won't get into high anxiety. But when that nervous system is in full detoxification, you will not be able to sleep during those hours. It doesn't mean usually between the whole time between 12 and 5 o'clock in the morning, if you're sleeping earlier in the evening. You may go to 2 o'clock before the body is overwhelmed with those toxins, says, okay, you can't sleep now. You got to get the circulation moving, things moving. Don't be lying down for this. So, the first thing in the day, you have the vegetable juice to alkalinize the system. Now, the next meal is your most important meal of the day. A lot of people say, well, don't eat before noon. That way you won't get overly hungry during the day. What happens when you do that is that your red cells become cannibalistic. Red cells start eating red blood cells. Causes all kinds of protein toxins to form, all kinds of acidity to be created, and that causes a loss of appetite, anorexia. Anorexia is not a good condition. Why? Poisons keep dumping into the stomach and making you nauseous. If you're nauseous, you can't eat. The body's going to keep eating itself. And if your body's not healthy, that's a poor diet. Who wants to eat a bad diet? If it's eating yourself, it's going to be eating a bad diet. So, your first main meal, your main meal should be meat. Depending upon your weight and size, anywhere from a half a pound to a pound at a time. Always butter with it, or some kind of fat. Butter is the best. The reason for that is that I've seen that people have been starved on a cooked food diet for so long. When they get that meat in there, they start converting it to pyruvate, which is a protein sugar, which will burn as high energy. And then there's nothing left to help cellular division, rebuild cells, create good hormones for rebuilding and healing. If you have butter with it, the body uses the butter as your energy substance, as the fat. And an energy from fat is 2.5 times greater for the same volume as carbohydrate and protein. 2.5 times more energy from fat. And you say, well, how can that be? Athletes go around eating all this high sugar diet. I said, not strong ones, and not ones that will last past 35, 37. Those that, like McEnroe, you saw his temperament on a low-fat diet, and they burn out, they all dry up. Look at especially your athletic women. I mean, they just turn dry. You get so thin and emaciated looking because they're usually burning up all their fats, and they're eating carbs and not fat. And then they start developing more male hormones than female hormones because they don't have enough fats to manufacture the female hormones because they're burning all their fat. So if you're eating butter with your meat meal. Now, butter is easy to digest. If you have cream with your meat, it may be very difficult to digest that cream, and that slows the digestion of the meat. And sometimes you'll see the meat come out with some kind of a pearly coating on it. And that's because the cream didn't get digested properly. It's coated the meat, and you didn't get to digest your meat. So that happens with quite a few people who eat cream with their meat, so I suggest not doing it, unless it's in a sauce and there are onion or something in it that'll stimulate digestion of the fats. But butter is preferable because it doesn't coat the meat. It doesn't have that same stickiness that the cream has. All the sugars are already out of it. All the buttermilk is gone. So it slides through, it moistens, it gets very liquid, and passes through digestion very rapidly. So, meat meal. Now, depending upon your activity level, if you have a very high metabolism, you want to have less red meat and maybe equal amount of white is a misnomer, but I put it in the book, so I have to live with it. But what I mean by white meat is any kind of fowl, seafood, fish. Any kind of bird. Even if it's an ostrich, which is red as liver, it's still in the white meat category. So it's a misnomer, but I live with it. So please help me live with it. So you could eat 50-50. If you're medium metabolism, you could have up to 70% red meat. If you have too much red meat, you're likely to get too much energy, build too much adrenaline, and get irritable, especially if you're already a hyperactive person. So you need to mellow it. Now, I talked about the quality and the functions of different fats. Now, the meats have the same properties. They have variances. Chicken is very good for rebuilding the intestinal tract, the lymphatic system, the brain, nervous system, cartilage, bone, anything but the red glands and muscles. Chicken is best for that. And I mean any kind of fowl, any kind of bird. The seafood is better for reconstituting the myelin in the nervous system and helps regenerate brain cells and nerve cells, just like the fowl does. It helps the fish, helps renutrify the nerve fluids better than anything else. Now, your body could use all these raw foods to do these things, but those particular foods make those systems better. If your problem is in those systems, you know what foods will improve you quicker, improve your systems quicker. So then the red meat is better for muscular building and glands like the liver, the gallbladder, pancreas, spleen. Helps those develop and regenerate much better and much quicker. Also, it helps provide a lot of adrenaline. So, if you already have adrenaline problem, go lightly on the red meat. If you have high anxiety and you're not exercising, go lightly on the red meat. If you're between a rock and a hard place, you've got a liver problem, and you're an athlete and you need all that red meat, you've got a problem. So you have to be very balanced about it. Eat liver, probably the best way to do it. And if you don't like liver, you can put it into a fruit chop it into chunks, put it in a food processor, make a mince of it, and then put milk in it. 50% milk and 50% liver and a touch of honey. It'll be entirely a different substance to drink. And yeah, the first gulp of it says, this is all right. Then after it sits in your stomach for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then you take another sip and let it relax, and then all of a sudden it's like you want to gulp it. It even happens with children. I have one child his mother was on the diet 3 months before he was born. He never has had, his grandparents gave him a cookie one time and some candy one time, but that's all he'd had. And he grew up on his mother's milk for a few months, but he had some allergies to her milk, so he went right on the cow's milk. And his parents wanted to give him more, and I said, well, I'll just make it 50% liver or 30% liver and the rest milk, and just a touch of honey in it. So the child is 5 years old now. He learns on his own. He picks up a book, has complete comprehension of words. At 2 years old, he was reading 5-year-old material to his friends in the neighborhood. He knows 187 countries, who runs the country, what kind of a system it is. At 5 years old, he knows every president and vice president, where they were from, the years they were in office in the United States. He can tell you of those 187 countries where they are in relationship to each other. Nobody's taught him any of this. The first time we got a glimpse of his intelligence, and his parents are average working class people with good minds, but nothing sharp like this. None of his ancestors. His mother's side is all really blue collar, interior type, wall plasterers and painters and stuff like that. And the other, the husband's family, just, lower white collar workers. So nobody's genius in the family. And this kid comes along with this diet, and his brain's just incredible. And the way I found out, it was, I go there once a year and give a lecture. It's New Jersey, right across the bridge from George Washington Bridge in New York City. And it was after my lecture for the day, and little Forrest was sitting next to his 6 or 7 year old cousin. And Nicole, his mother, brought home a new toy for him. And it was this board with the alphabet cut out and the pegs, the alphabet that goes into its proper slot. So she put it down between Forrest and his cousin. And of course, she's the older. She takes it over. Didn't get one right. Little Forrest sat there just as patient can be. And then, it's September, and he's going to be 2 in December. And he just waited for her to wait, and she got really upset. She slammed him down, walked away. And little Forrest goes, Q, S, T, every one of them, and knew the whole alphabet. And the parents and I look at each other, look around, and the mother says, okay, sing the alphabet song. Without missing a beat, he sang the whole alphabet song. And I said, okay, smart guy, sing it backwards. Without missing a beat, he sang the whole alphabet backwards. He wasn't even 2 years old. So that gave us a glimpse of where his mind was. He still eats mainly the liver and milk. That's his main diet. He loves it. He doesn't like much else. He will eat whole steak and stuff like that, but his main focus is the liver and the milk and honey. Liver, milk, and honey.
And how old is he?
2 years old is when we learned. Pardon? Pardon?
When he knew all the letters of the alphabet, how old was he?
That was, this was September, and he'd be 2 in December. So he was what? 19 months old. About 19 months old, right? 19 months. 19 months old. 20 months. September, October, November, December.
And when
So.
did he first get that?
So 21 months old. 21 months old. 21 months old.
And how old is he when he first took the milk and liver?
Oh, he was probably 3 months old. 3 months old. Now, he just went into school this year. 4th grade, 5 years old, 4th grade.
Yeah.
So, all of the children who go on this diet are exceptional. Had a 15-and-a-half-year-old girl. Her parents went through a divorce. The mother went on the diet because she was full of anxiety and she was very skinny. So, she went on the diet and said, you're going to go on the diet with me. And, of course, she was a hyperactive, skinny woman, controlling. So she put her daughter on this diet, and the daughter just the whole time during the consultation with her, little girl, when the mother wasn't looking, was giving me glaring eyes. She had the balls to give me glaring eyes, when her mother wasn't looking. Yeah, right. So I went back the year after, and guess who was there on her own volition? The 16-and-a-half-year-old girl that was 15-and-a-half years older, that she was a B-plus student when she first came to me, and she wanted to be a ballet dancer and was just mediocre. At the end of that year on the diet, 90% on the diet, she went from a B student to an A-plus student, top in the school, and she got a scholarship at Juilliard for ballet. 1 year. So guess who did the diet volitionally? That teenager. And all the kids on the diet have the same response. They get it very intelligent quickly and get very strong, and everything changes, their demeanor, their attitude, their emotionality, everything. So it's sometimes you have to force a child, or be pretty strong with them to get them moving toward that, but once they get a taste of it, not a taste of the diet, but once they get a taste of the better, easier living and everywhere else in their life, then the diet does not become such a thorn in their ass. So the meat meal is very important because the body creates the nutrients to run the nervous system for the first 6 hours you're awake in the day. That first 6 hours will determine what the body makes, how it makes glycogen, from what substances. If you eat fruit, high sugar, cereal, anything like that, the body's going to make glycogen from carbohydrates. Columbia University found that carbohydrates have a high advanced glycation end product manufactured and released when carbohydrates have been made into the glycogen. Advanced glycation end product is a byproduct of utilizing carbohydrate, just like carbon monoxide is an end product of burning fuel, burning anything. So they found that product in the human body, advanced glycation end products, what they call AGE, stores in the body 70 to 90%. 70% in a healthy person. 90% in people who have kidney problems or diabetes or any kind of hypoglycemia. They would store 90% of that advanced glycation end product for life. Where does cancer love to grow? In a high carbohydrate environment. Not a good thing to, you're already setting the ground. Wherever high sugars are concentrated in the body, your body's going to store certain poisons and certain dead cells. And then you have cancer in those areas. So, and also if you're eating cooked carbs at the same time, you've got heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides, acrylamides, which are highly carcinogenic. And you all hear all the hype about acrylamides now, because that one whole set of scientists came out 4 years ago. There's 12 Swedish full professors that did this research for 9 years that showed that all tumors consisted of a high ratio of acrylamides. So they tested all foods for acrylamides in this 8 to 9 year experimentation and laboratory test, and found that fried carbohydrates were the worst. Fried popcorn, potato chips, chips of any kind, cereals, almost all cereals are fried in oils, French fries, the worst foods. And they came out without going to their board, of regents at their university And they felt so compelled by the research that they did that they released called a press conference without going to the region's board. They were the board. 12 full professors. They were all demoted to high school jobs because they wanted to cut out donuts, cereals, French fries, everything that's fast food would have been eliminated like that. So they had Slock, General Foods and all of them, Purina, all of them had their Slock, professor scientists come in and say, oh, the tests were done wrong and all of that. And what's being banned? In the United States all over, they just banned all acrylamide producing oils, certain kinds of trans fatty acids. If you cook and, fry your chicken or your French fries in trans fatty acids, it reduces the amount of acrylamides, but only by half. You still got about 80 times greater acrylamides than if you eat it raw. Very few acrylamides, if any, are produced in raw foods, ever. Only in cooking. So they come partial way, and they think that they're helping you. They're acting like they're helping you in a big way. And it's gone all over the United States in different cities. They're being outlawed. And it's because of these Swedish guys, and they're still working at high schools. And they were full professors. They cared about you. And they were demoted and treated badly. So these acrylamides and these advanced glycation end products are all a problem in the body. They create storages of disease, storages of toxins that create malfunction and disease and degenerative tissue, unless you have lots of fats there to handle it. And they'll create more fats for you to be nice and big, but you'll be protected if you have the fats. So what can the body do to make a carbohydrate that keeps the acrylamides and the advanced glycation end products down? Meat. When your body makes a protein sugar, which is called pyruvate, the advanced glycation end product that is produced from utilizing that as a sugar in glycogen to run the brain and nervous system is 7 to 12%. And we handle 12% easily. So there's no storage of advanced glycation end products. So you eat a meat meal. Your body produces a lot of pyruvate. It's made into the glycogen. Your body is set. As long as you don't eat again for another, 4 or 5 hours, you don't eat any high carbohydrate food. So after you eat your butter and your meat, whatever it is, whatever type of meats that are right for you, then have a milkshake. Milkshakes with no fruit. You just have eggs and milk and maybe some cream and honey. If you like to change the flavor, you can take ginger root and grate a little ginger root in it. Or put a couple of strawberries or other low carbohydrate foods like raspberries or blueberries. Just put something in there that has a very low carbohydrate level. In the extra cream, the carbohydrate will be used to digest and process the fat and not be used as a glycogen. Then, 2 to 3 hours after that, another vegetable juice to help keep the blood more alkalinized. Then, 2 or 3 hours after that, if you're not a hypoglycemic or a hypoglycemic individual or with diabetes, you go on to a detoxification meal, the only one a day I suggest. Now, fruits are high carbohydrate. I haven't talked about fruits. Fruits are high carbohydrates. So what did they do in the human body? They create a lot of advanced glycation end products, even if they're raw. So advanced glycation end products do what? They start searching for fat. If they can't find it, they'll irritate the nervous system. In children, it causes mass hyperactivity, just like any kind of processed sugar does. Fruits will cause the same thing, unless you feed them with lots of fat. Like lots of raw cream, or put it into a raw ice cream that you can make, or butter blended with some kind of fruit. And that will mitigate that type of reaction. But for the best cleansing, remember I said coconut cream was preferable for cleansing. And it's the most balanced cleanser because it has all the water and fat-soluble vitamins and enzymes. So if you put a fruit that does a particular thing that you like, now you read the remedy section of the We Want to Live book, and you'll see all of those symptoms that you might have in the fruits or the other foods that correlate with that. So if you've got a problem, those are the fruits that you select. And you mix that with some coconut cream, 2 to 3 ounces of coconut cream. Now always have an animal fat there for protection. Either butter or cream, or preferably both. Maybe a half a tablespoon of half a tablespoon of butter, and 1 to 1 1/4 tablespoons of dairy cream that you have with the coconut cream and the fruit. And honey if you like. Blend it all together. You can whip the fats and the honey together to like a whipped cream and have the fruit whole. So you have whipped cream and fruit. Or you blend it all together and you either have a liquid or you have a parfait. Like if you blend that combination with berries. The berries with all the pectin are going to make it like a gelatinous substance. So it's going to be like a parfait. If you are diabetic or have a sugar problem, from that vegetable juice, the second vegetable juice, you'll want to have a meat meal. So you break your meat meal up into meat meals into 3 a day. If you don't have a sugar problem, then you only have 2 meat meals a day. If you're a hyperactive person, 2 meat meals a day, even if you have a sugar problem. So let's say, like most people here, let's say over here, about a pound a day, maybe 1.25 pounds here to help you put on weight a little quicker, up to 2 pounds here, 1.5 pounds, maybe 2 pounds here, 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds here. You know what to eat there. You could eat, taller you, probably 1.5 pounds a day, So just go on your weight size and have at least 1 pound a day with your butter. And if you have 2 meat meals a day, it's 1/2 pound twice a day. If it's 3 meat meals a day, it's 1/3 pound 3 times a day. Very simple and very easy. Then, if you've had your second meat meal somewhere around 1 or 2 o'clock, then 2-3 hours after that, you have that fruit meal with your coconut cream. Then maybe 2 hours after that, you have another vegetable juice or not. And the people who had it, let's say earlier in the afternoon, their fruit meal with coconut cream, they wait 2-3 hours and maybe have another vegetable juice after that. If you find that after that third vegetable juice, that your meat meal that comes next, 1.5 hours, 2 hours later, if that takes 3-4 hours to move out of your stomach, you either eliminate that third vegetable juice or you lower it to half the quantity that you consumed until you're comfortable. You can always try to add more later if you're feeling thirsty and you'd like a little bit more vegetable juice, because it's very satisfying and nice after you've done it for a few weeks. It becomes very, very delicious. Your whole taste buds, everything will change. And then 2 to 3 hours after your second meat meal should be the same as the first, same ratio of red to white, butter with it, or sauces. Now, in the recipe book, anybody have a recipe book handy?
Yes,
No.
right.
In the recipe book, there are 82 sauces for meats, including fish and fowl, that can be made in 3 to 5 different ways each. So that's 400 sauces. You can find the ones that you like. Now I pulled recipes, sauce red meat recipes from Africa, from everywhere all over the world. And let me tell you, some of them are disgusting for me. But they're the appetites and something for every culture there. So find the ones that you like. And each person can find 100 out of 400 that they like. Stick with those sauces. And if the butter's part of it, you don't have to eat extra butter. It's part of your sauce. Makes it very simple. And it makes those meats very tasty. And just remember, cooked foods not only generate lots of toxicity and difficult to digest, they lose taste. That's why they have to be highly seasoned. Raw foods, you can chew them 500 times, the flavor is still there. When you eat a cooked food, cook some grains, don't put any salt in it, nothing, and it's like eating paper or cardboard. That's the problem with cooked foods, no matter what it is. But when a food is raw, it never loses its flavor, no matter how long it's in the mouth. Now, brings into question about how much do you have to chew meat? You don't. Meat's digestion occurs in the stomach and the rest of the digestive tract. None of the hunter tribes chew their meats, except for enough just to swallow it. Eskimos will take huge chunks of caribou and seal, chew maybe 3 times just to crush it to be able to swallow it. The Maasai, the Fulani, 2-3 chews, swallow these big chunks of meat because it's the hydrochloric acid that does it. In fact, chewing your meats is harmful for meat digestion because we produce the ptyalin enzyme in the mouth. Ptyalin enzyme is an alkalinizing enzyme. It's to digest carbohydrates for the little that we have a day, which should be only 1 fruit, or the milk that you have. It will wash down with the milk and help digest the milk sugar. But if you chew meat, it interferes with meat digestion because it puts an alkalinizing fluid into your meat, which neutralizes some of the hydrochloric acid and other acidic enzymes and bacteria that work on the meat. So don't chew your meat. I sit there and rip it into small pieces because I had a vagotomy. So I don't produce the hydrochloric acid in the stomach. But you see me, I'm still digesting my meat. But I just rip it into very small pieces without causing all the salivary secretion. Or I'll put it in a food processor and grind it. Now if you get ground beef, it's not so good because they put it in high pressure grinders 2 to 3 times. What happens? It splits the fat molecule. The fat molecule absorbs the protein. Guess what happens to your food, your meat? All that expensive meat goes to fuel instead of healing your body. Big expensive waste. You want fat to do that, to fuel your body, not the meat. And the meat's for healing, for rebuilding, regenerating your body, for cellular division. So, if you're going to grind it and have a store grind it for you, tell them to only put it through the grinder 1 time. Or when you get it home, which I do what I do, I cut it in chunks, throw it in my food processor like a Cuisinart, and grind it. And just tilt it slightly on its side, and it'll grind everything. If you let it go for like 30 seconds, you'll have minced meat. So it's very quick and very rapid, and food processors are very quick to clean. You can clean one in about 30, 45 seconds. Thoroughly. It's easy. So it's not a problem. Now when you're blending, something, don't blend it in a regular blender bowl. In a regular blender bowl, the blades are spinning around and pulling all this air into your food. So all this oxygen oxidizes your nutrients. So you lose 1/3 of your nutrients just by blending. So you get canning jars. This is a small 8-ounce canning jars. They have 4 ounces, 8 ounces, 12 ounces, 16 ounces, 32 ounces, half-quart jars. You have to get them from the States. I don't know if you can get them from here, do you? And then you take a osterizer blender, and you take take the base off, unscrew it from the bowl, and you have the blades and the washer and the base. And you put the washer on first. Now that washer is too small that comes with it. So you wanted to get a washer that belongs to a Cuisinart blender instead. If you tell in a small appliance store or a hardware store that you want a washer from a Cuisinart to use on an osterizer, they can't sell it to you. It's illegal to sell the wrong part for the other machine. But the osterizer washer is too thin and too small, and it will fall into your jar, get wrapped around the blades, and cause messes all the time. So you get the Cuisinart washer and use it on your osterizer blender. Put the washer on first on the lid here, and it fits on there largely. Then you put the blender blades in and on top of that washer, and you can see that the washer will be larger than this metal plate, circular metal plate, that onto which the blades are attached. Then you take the base and you screw it on there, turn it upside down in the blender, and you blend. You choose the jar in relationship to the quantity of fluid that you're blending, or substance that you're blending. If it's fruit, it won't be a liquid substance until you blend it.
Just one thing. Because it's just have a blender. We have the short.
I know. I said you get rid of it. You just take the. Oh, you mean they have their own? They're plastic. They're plastic ones. Not too good to blend in plastic. Remember, plastics, to keep them fermenting, are full of dioxins. You blend in an object that has dioxin, that high rate, and you have anything acidic in there, pineapple or any kind of fruit, it's going to break down some of that plastic, and you're going to end up dioxins in your food. But the whole point of using a small vessel like that is to keep the oxygen low in it, so it doesn't oxidize your nutrients as you're blending it. And then you can just put a lid on it and take your food with you. Makes it very easy. You have to rinse this big blender bowl that you pour the liquids into there, and you lose part of it in the blender bowl, sticks all around the sides and everything. So you're being very practical and efficient with your food and its processes of creating it. Then before you go to sleep, make a milkshake or have some milk. During the night, do not sleep through the night. You waken and eat. If you go 5 hours without eating, the protein level drops, bottoms out in the blood. If you were 700 pounds, that would happen. The protein is missing. So the red blood cells become cannibalistic and start eating each other. And that causes high massive toxicity. A lot of people wake up after 8 to 10 hours and they go for coffee or some kind of caffeine or soda pop to jack them up. Because their body's got into ketosis from eating itself. So what you do is you set your alarm. During the night you wake up, have the other half of the milkshake that you had half of before you went to sleep, or a little bit of moisturizing formula. For the women it's moisturizing, for the men it's lubrication. It's the same formula but with two different names. And it's moisturizing appealing to women and lubrication is appealing to men. So it had to be appealing to both people. It tastes like a lemon meringue drink. So you could have a little bit of that, half a cup of milk, something with protein in it, suck a few eggs. Now we're going to get into eggs. Okay. Oh, there's some people that if they set their alarm for 5 hours and awaken and they eat and they can't go back to sleep. So set your alarm for 3 hours and then you have 5 hours to sleep before you have to get up, and there you have your 8 hours. It makes it easier that way. Also need to talk about salt. Salt is a concentrated concentrated collection of many molecules of mainly one mineral, sodium. And that creates a high magnetic property. And normally in the body, nutrients are transported in smorgasbord clumps, molecules of different foods. You have several fats, 3 to 4 times fats. You have a certain about like 15% protein, 5% carbs, and different mineral balances that cells, when they need to eat, they open. They've got 1 to 2 ions inside the cell. It attracts a molecule of a mineral into it, and the mineral carries with it this whole smorgasbord of food, and the cells eat. When you eat salt, it causes clumping of the salt and very few other attachments, very few other selections of nutrients. Plus, it's so big that it can't get into the cell once the cell opens. So when it opens, this magnetic properties are so strong, it'll suck the ions right out of the cell. The cell can never eat again. So the cell shrivels like a grape to a raisin and dies. One little bitty grain of salt can kill 2 million red blood cells. Yet probably, 1 million on the end of a pinhead. It's not a lot of cells, but how much salt do you eat? How many red blood cells are you destroying for every grain of salt? And we're talking about tiny little grain in the foods that you eat. Dehydrates the system, imbalances it. There are some people who have adrenal exhaustion that I do suggest they're the only ones that eat about 3 or 4 grains a week only of salt. Everybody else should stay away from salt. Remember, you have the sugarcane juice or the celery juice or the papaya juice, very high in sodium. You're getting sodium several times a day. And every bit of that sodium is non-clumping. And it's completely 100% utilizable. Salt prevents utilization of about 30 to 40% of the substance it's mixed with. Imbalances everything all over the place and even helps in osteoporosis. So salt is very damaging to the imbalances of the system. Now I was going to mention something in eggs. Oh, eggs. I save this for last sometimes. Eggs. Eggs are a magical substance like milk. Many people come to me with environmental allergies and they're allergic to everything. They're allergic to water. They can't eat anything. I put them on an egg diet, eating up to 50 eggs a day. And they eat nothing else but that, but maybe a cup of milk before they go to sleep at night. And if you've read in the recipe book, the woman who had emphysema, an African-American woman, emphysema, she'd been diagnosed 7 years before. Her MD called me on a Thursday night, said, I have an emphysemic patient diagnosed 7 years ago. She's been mainly bedridden for the last 2 years and on machines. And she's going to probably die. No, she said, she's going to die this weekend. What can I do? And I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? She said, well, I've got to protect my family, to lose my license and all of that. And the medical establishment says they have to be treated by the medical community 10 years before they can use alternatives. 10 years in the United States. That's what they say. So this woman could not help her patient. So I said, well, the only thing that I can suggest for you at this point is that you give her 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them on her bed table, and tell her to eat one as often as she can. This was a Thursday late. I mean, this woman was up because it was 11 o'clock my time in Los Angeles. She was calling from Maine or Maryland. So she was 3 hours later. So it was like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning for her. And obviously concerned about this patient. So I get a call on Monday morning, and it's this raspy voiced woman saying, I'm out of bed for the first time in 2 years, and I really feel energetic. I'm off the machines. What else should I do? And I say, who the hell are you? She says, oh, my doctor called you and said, she said to eat eggs and all that. I said, oh, you're the one with emphysema. And she said, yes. And she says, what else can I do? This is a miracle. I'm off of all the machines. I'm breathing. I'm out of bed. She ate 33 eggs a day for 2 days and was off of the machines. She ate 66 eggs over the weekend. Just raw, just drank them down, sucked them down. Yeah. You can do a Rocky style. Did everybody see Rocky? He breaks 5 eggs into a glass and drinks it down and then goes like this. And if you don't go like that, it doesn't work. And that's the way you can do it, or you can do what I do. I take an egg and put a dent in one end, the fat end, and then a cut. Take these cutting teeth, I put a cut in the other end, and suck them out so I don't have to wash a glass. Eggs digest in 13 to 23 minutes, completely. The protein and the fats are so molecularly small that the body can even use it to feed your nervous system in about an hour.
As long as they're raw.
As long as they're raw. As long as they're raw. Cooking completely alters them. Chemistry entirely. So, anytime, you want to keep your brain going, like I sued, I'm not an attorney. I took some law in school, and I studied, appellate law. And I worked with an attorney for a couple of years, 2 years, off and on. And the Los Angeles Police Department on Venice Boulevard were hassling these teenagers, which were runaways, sexually abused, battered, beaten, and they were just out there doing hair wraps and making jewelry, handmade jewelry, macrame stuff, and selling it. And the police were running them off. So I was pretty fed up with it. So I got these cards printed and an attorney to handle the cases. And every time I saw a policeman ticketing one of these people, I gave them a card and said, this officer is, violating your civil rights. He is a criminal. You want to press charges against him. If he cites you or runs you away or threatens you, here's an attorney to call and I'm your witness. So the police came after me 5 years, after 5 years of doing that, beat me. And they beat me. They got a guy, worked for the police department, and came after me on the beach. 7 witnesses did it early in the day. I lived right at the beach. So the 7 witnesses. So I picked up a stick. And I said, you don't want to do this. So I kept backing up and backing up. He kept at me, swinging. So then I cracked him in the shins. And I broke his shin. And, kept coming after me. So I hit him in the soft areas. After I broke the shin, he kept coming at me. I thought, I could really cripple this guy pretty badly, so I'm not going to do that. So, and no matter how many times I hit him, he kept coming after me. It's a bear of a guy. So, by the time he got a hold of me, he bruised me up pretty badly, but all in lethal places. He was in me in the temple and throat, in all these lethal places. So I sued the police department in the city. I'm the only non-attorney that got a case against the Los Angeles Police Department in the city in federal court. I tried the case myself. I got 1.5 hours sleep a day for 22 days. I cost them millions of dollars. I lost the case because they called in a substitute juror without any hearing. And that juror would not rule against them and swayed the jury. But that's the way they fix anything. But I cost them a lot of time and a lot of agony. And what I did was I ate a half a cup of milk every hour, or a golf ball size of meat, or an egg every hour. And I only slept 10 minutes at a time, hour and a half a day for 22 days. And then when I started going back to normal, I still didn't sleep over 5 hours a day. And I was very alert and right there. I told them I was diabetic, and I had been a diabetic till I was started on the raw foods. So I told them I was diabetic and had to eat every hour, so they couldn't ban me from eating in the courtroom. But I was able to do that for 22 days, only an hour and a half sleep a day. And those eggs were immeasurable in keeping an immeasurable tool in keeping my brain alert. So raw eggs are incredibly important in this diet. And if you eat them with different things and in different ways, they do different things. Say you need to lose weight, and nobody here needs to lose weight, but if you get on this diet and you gain about 30 pounds, which I'd love, but maybe it's a little too much, so what? Eat an egg every hour, and you will lose about a pound a day. Nothing else. Eggs alone will burn fat. Eggs mixed with dairy and other foods will help you put on weight. So don't abuse, like the honey with the cooked foods, don't abuse that. Don't abuse that. And for those that don't like the sliminess of the egg, if you just sip the egg white, it's a little at a time, there's no sliminess to it. You get the egg yolk and it's delicious. And remember, she wouldn't even eat cooked eggs. Ask her mother. And now she sucks those raw eggs like nobody.
But you need the eggs from the store. You need special eggs.
It's better. Just almost all of your store eggs are raised with soy.
No, but we do have eggs grown here.
Yeah.
That is one thing. At least we do have eggs. Yeah, we do have local eggs. The local. No, they're not sort of refrigerated and brought here.
Well, just make sure that if they're given soy, there's very little soy, no more than 25% soy. Birds should not ever be fed soy, nor humans. Soy, raw for a human and for fowl, is poisonous. That's why they have to process it with chemicals and heat. And it has a lot of IgG in it, which helps promote brain cancer and breast cancer. So soy is a very toxic substance. People should not go near it. Birds should not go near soy. The Chinese and the Japanese, the Asians, they only made a soy sauce. That's all, so they maybe had a tablespoon a day. They're talking about they had tofu and all of that. They didn't make that stuff. Tofu is a new thing. There's all kinds of propaganda. Pardon?
Soya milk. Soya milk. Not good either.
Any kind of soy is from processed, chemically treated, heated soybeans. Herbivores have the digestive enzyme, so it's not poisonous from them, but it makes meat taste strange. But it's a very easy product to grow. Beans are easy to grow. That's why the industry loves it. It's a good money crop. Not great for taste, not great for health, but it's an easy crop to sell, and they will sell you anything that they can pitch. And they pitch soy hard. And there's all kinds of laboratory tests that show the relationship of brain cancer and breast cancer that comes from soy. Any kind of cancer, but those two are the highest. Okay, it's time for question and answers.
I have two questions, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Bananas.
Bananas.
Are they good to you?
Now, bananas are high in carbohydrates, but they have several therapeutic values. If you're in pain, if you have butter and bananas together and you don't have honey, it will work. Bananas, honey, and butter still help reduce pain.
What kind of pain? Headaches, stomach pain?
Any kind of pain except headaches. But the headache formulas are in the book.
Okay.
And it tells you how to use bananas in that way. But it's best to keep carbohydrates down. Now, some people have a very difficult time of digesting bananas because it's a high starch fruit. Sometimes it's very slow in digestion, also causes constipation. But it can be used in cases of diarrhea to slow down and stop diarrhea.
Red meat, does it
Second question.
constipation? Red meat.
Pardon?
Red meat.
If you cook meat, yeah.
Oh,
No, raw meat.
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Second question. Alcohol. Alcoholic drink a day or two, like wine or scotch or... You know,
Okay. Your scotch, your hard liquors are all distilled. The alcohols will penetrate any cell they come in contact, especially brain, nervous system, and liver. Not good. Wine, if it's not, doesn't have formaldehyde in it, and doesn't have, other kind of additives or, preservatives or inorganic fertilizers or herbicides or insecticides that they used on the vines, and that's not in the wine, the alcohols can still damage tissue. But if you do like the French do, or used to, eat lots of sauces with cream and butter, and then when they drink the wine, the alcohol goes into the cream and butter. So most of that cream and butter will be utilized as fuel, energize the body. But like I say in the book, 4 ounces a month is probably about all that you could really get away with without one a month. Well, some people get away with 4 ounces every 2 weeks. But it's a gamble.
or 26 ounces a night.
There you go. You better eat lots of fat. Lots of fat. Very rich foods.
Can I ask what happened?
Okay, let me go around the other side of the room. Anybody else have questions over here? Yes.
But they talk a lot about the chemicals that are in red meat especially, coming from what they feed these animals.
It's true. Your body's going to use some of the nutrients in the raw meat to deal with the toxins in the meat. But I lived in Paris off and on. I had a girlfriend that was living in Paris. And from 1993 to 1996, I was living in Paris 3 months a year for that 3.5 years. And I was eating out of Carrefour supermarkets in Paris. Only place I could get the meat. There were no butchers. Can you imagine? No butchers in Paris? I had to go way outside the city if I wanted to find a butcher. So I was eating out of Carrefour supermarkets. When she broke up with me because I wouldn't marry her, on the flight home, it was right there in a magazine that said Carrefour supermarkets had been selling mad cow meat from England all of that time that I was in, Paris. So I don't have a problem. Your body can handle it, depending upon the toxicity in the system. When it's raw, you have to understand, when something's raw, you've got lots of live nutrients that aren't destroyed and very few poisons and lots of nutrients there that you will utilize to handle that won't go to you, but will get wasted in detoxifying the poisons. When you cook something, you fractionate all the bonds that animal has already gone through to neutralize that toxin. You've set it free. Did a laboratory test. Cost me $63,000 to do this test. I took 13 animals. I was the 13th. The others were dogs and cats. And we fed them half of the group swordfish that was cooked, and half of the group the same swordfish, had it caught out in the Pacific Ocean, had registered the amount of mercury that was in it, and it was like about a 9, registered a 9 of mercury. 13 is supposed to be contaminatingly bad, and 3 to 4 to 5 is okay, still toxic, but still not dangerously toxic. So this creature was it was pretty high up around 9, and fed it to the 2 groups of animal, 7 in one, 6 in the other. I was the 7th in the one that ate that fish raw, that swordfish raw. The group that ate it cooked. Had the feces checked. They ate nothing but that for about 7 days. Checked the feces in the urine. We found that 98% of the mercury was in the urine, released in the urine and the fecal matter in the animals that ate raw, including me. Mine was just down to about 92%. I evacuated. So 8% couldn't be ascribed to leaving me. All the other animals, it was 98%. So in the animals that ate it cooked, 8 to 12% were found in the feces and the urine only. Once that fish was cooked, that mercury was set free. Went rampant in the body. Another reason not to eat cooked foods. And they're pumping hormones into these cows and other meats. And if all that'll get set free and released in you when you eat it cooked. So it's not a good idea to eat cooked meats. You'd probably be okay because of the tribes who live on cooked meats, like in New Guinea and places like that. They have some diseases, but they're not cancer and they're not extreme, but they have arthritis, they have gout, they have rheumatism, they have some venous problems, but that's the gamut, some thrombosis. That's the gamut of their, and some dental caries, but very little. And that's the gamut of their diseases from eating cooked meats. But when you got all these poisons fed and injected into these animals, you've got other toxins that are going to cause more disease in you if you cook them. So if you're going to eat cooked meat, I suggest that you make sure it's organic meat.
Chicken raw too?
Oh, I eat raw chicken, my favorite.
Yes, go to the one.
Pardon?
Good one.
I will.
Okay, how do you suggest we deal with colds and flu? All right, you were saying that you let it run its course.
In the recipe book, you look under about page 147, it'll say the cold and flu regime. And what it is just you take milkshakes, eat a little vegetable juice or not, just have milkshakes and a smoothie, which is a milkshake with fruit in it. That's what a smoothie is. Just a milkshake with fruit in it, like orange. And then that's all you eat all day long. You could eat, some white meat, some chicken or fish, once a day if you want. Okay? Do you have another question? Okay. Because? All right, yes.
I'm just curious how effective, obviously it's less effective if you were only doing this diet, say, 1% of the time. Is there any value, like say if I wanted to just do this percentage of it, is there any value to doing it if I'm continuing to eat cooked food?
Okay, let me give you a comparison. If you only had one raw food in your life, you'd be adding vitamins and enzymes.
Okay.
So anytime you do it, you're increasing your health. Anytime you do the opposite, you're decreasing your health. So you weigh it out, which is a balance for you. If you want to live in disease and die of cancer, it's not for me to judge that. It's your choice. I've had many people come to me before I had the book, and, I'd spend, 6 or 7 hours with them explaining the whole diet, and they say, this isn't for me. I like my cooked food. I like my donuts. I like my RC Cola. And that's it. And I say, they said, I'd rather die of cancer. And I say, that's okay. That's your choice, absolutely. I'm not going to interfere with that.
Okay, a few question. First is milk. Which is better for you, cow's milk or goat's milk? That's one.
Let me take it one at a time. Okay. Cow's milk or goat's milk, she wants to know if there's a difference. There is a huge difference. Have you ever met a fat goat? Have you ever met a goat that was calm and didn't eat everything in sight? If you're extremely overweight or you're diabetic, goat's milk is fine. If you're not, stay away from goat's milk unless it's yogurt and you've added some extra cream to it or butter, and eat cow's milk. Much preferable. Cows are calm, relaxed, more fat. The goat's milk has adrenal hormone precursors in it. That's why they're so hyperactive. They'll eat rusty nails. Nothing can satisfy them.
You mentioned...
And they stink like hell. Yes.
Salt. What about sea salt?
Sea salt is the same thing. It's a concentration of sodium. Concentration of sodium. It clusters. There's nothing you can do about it. Tomatoes, tomatoes are very high in sodium, natural sodium. So you can always put tomatoes in dishes to make it salty tasting.
What type of oil would you recommend that we use for cooking purposes? Or are you suggesting that we shouldn't refine anything at all?
I'm suggesting you don't cook anything at all, but if you cook in something that's either glass or china, something that's ovenware proof. And then if you go into a metal, the only safe metal or slightly safe metal is stainless steel.
What kind of oil? What type of oil?
Pardon?
Oil. What type of oil do you use? Olive oil?
Well, either olive oil or coconut oil. But still, you're going to create some problems. But it's better if you're going to use oil. But like I say, fried things, you create acrylamides in them. So you have to be careful.
I was just asking, no more pasta then, because so what's the answer? No more pasta.
Well, if you eat pasta, like I'm saying, it isn't best. If you eat usually a starch is necessary in the human body because we have psychological byproducts from the hormones, psychotropic hormones that are created in the body. And those have waste products too, so you have to eliminate them. And it takes a starch to bind with that. So I used to say when I did the first publication of the book, I said eat a cooked starch, pasta, that's whole grain pasta, or that's a white floured pasta, because it's released better rather than a whole grain. Eat, French bread or Italian bread that's cooked with no fats, that's mainly just, the sourdough and water, and maybe a touch of salt or no salt is preferable, and lots of butter, equal amount of butter to bread or pasta, raw butter. But, I found that people were accumulating the acrylamides and the advanced glycations because they were still eating a high carbohydrate food. And it was collecting in the intestines that I could see in their irises. So I experimented until I came up with a formula that's called the nut formula in the books, or in the recipe book. And that's taking nuts, grinding them till they are a flour, then adding egg and some other fat and some honey. And you blend that all together. Together it tastes like a nut butter. And it is a nut butter. And it's delicious. And that takes care of the psychotropic hormones. There are some people who are athletes that the nuts just don't work for, and these people are crazy, and you better give them some kind of pasta and bread with lots of butter. And still they may need that for a while until they get healthier.
Aajonus, so the question about the meat, can it be frozen?
Okay, in my laboratory experiments with animals, I took 11 animals. I was the 11th. So we had 10 animals that were besides myself, and we put them into two groups and fed One of them, the same meat that was frozen, the other non-frozen. We put an ad in for some very old, crippled dogs. So all of them were infirm. Fed the group the red meat that was non-frozen, and the other group the red meat that was frozen. The group that ate it, they ate the raw meat, non-frozen, healed very rapidly of almost all of their diseases. Now they didn't get any butter or anything else. It was just meat, and with meat fat too. The group that ate it frozen healed in 5 times. Took them 5 times longer to heal. Then, but they did heal. But they also had another problem. They got rid of maybe some other problems like arthritis or rheumatism or their multiple sclerosis, but they developed a skin disorder. One of them even developed mange from it. The animals that ate it raw got well with no skin side effects. So I wanted to know if the same thing occurred with butter, frozen and unfrozen. So we took the 5 animals that that had all the skin problems from the frozen meat and fed them partially the frozen butter and non-frozen butter. Fed 3 of them frozen butter, 2 of them raw butter, non-frozen, same butter, non-frozen. The 2 that had the non-frozen butter healed their skin disorder in about 7 days. Those that ate the frozen butter took 5 times longer. So frozen is not preferable. Frozen anything is not preferable. But you can see that if you have at least the butter with the frozen meat, it will protect you from having skin disorders and problems resulting from frozen meat.
How you said you tried the raw meat and all that stuff. How did you react? What did you react to that?
I just felt nothing but good and better every time I ate it.
Unfrozen?
Yes, I had unfrozen. Well, you weren't here earlier. I ate rabbit for my first raw meat. Yeah, rabbit. No, I just had nothing but, well, of course, the first was, it came up because of psychological problems with it. It was all partially warm and raw and squishy, and I had been a vegetarian for 6.5 years. So I brought it back up. Then when I psyched myself into eat it, the more I ate it, the hungrier I got from it. So I ate 3.5 pounds in my first sitting of raw meat. And I was charged for 3 days without eating anything else.
As far as garlic and onions.
Those things I have in the book, you can, those kinds of vegetables, they're still vegetables, so they have a high cellulose fiber to them. But if you're only eating 2 tablespoons per meat meal as a seasoning, as a flavoring, wonderful. They increase digestion. However, if I eat garlic and onion together, I get too horny. So, it distracts me. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. You might want to eat just the onion or just the garlic. If you find that the onion makes you real horny and the garlic doesn't, then, be light on the onion. Unless you have a good mate. Yes.
Your diet has a lot of dairy. I have a problem with migraines. They say that dairy contributes to migraines. I've noticed when I don't have dairy, the migraines aren't as frequent.
Raw dairy rarely creates that kind of... Raw dairy never causes a headache. It's old toxic casein that your body's collected from old pasteurized dairy. And sometimes the fresh dairy will cause an old storage of casein to be pulled out of the body, and that can cause a temporary headache. But in the first book, in the remedy section, there are 3 different headache formulas. And they work 95% of the time. Yes?
The powdered milk, you said that it was...
the most dangerous and toxic.
What about infant formula?
Terrible. 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 Infant formulas are terrible. They're almost all 100% chemical. They have nothing to do with live foods, and they're being mostly made out of rice and soy. So you can imagine, it's only been 10 years now, and these babies, you have 9-year-old kids forming huge breasts, you know, because all of the IgG and hormones that are in the soy.
What do you know that seed? What do you know that seed inside of your breast, baby?
Pardon? No, I'm talking about soy, the formulas, baby formulas that are full of soy.
What do you baby is it?
Just raw milk.
Without vitamins, without any...
Oh, nothing. No, never. There is a report written by, this is a funny story. This was a Johns Hopkins, you know, Johns Hopkins University, considered the most famous medical university in the world, besides Oxford. And a cum laude graduate followed people on this diet for 2 years and was documented how it was going to kill all of his friends. It did just the reverse. It healed every one of them. So he went on the diet 2 years later. After that, he was very skinny, could never gain weight. He had a twin brother who was all full and big and worked out all the time. He was weak, lethargic. Only thing that worked in his body was his brain. On this diet, he thrived. And he went in and researched dairy when they tried to outlaw it, like I did in California. And I wrote a 32-day page report. He wrote a 16-page report, documented all of the hospitals that used very high bacterial milk that were researched and documented by universities and doctors. Had 3 million parts of bacteria, including fecal matter. And the babies that had that milk got healthier faster, because they had all that bacteria that helped those babies thrive. And these babies were stronger and healthier than any other babies. So, feed your babies. And if mother asks me, she says, do you think that, a cow's milk is better than my milk? I say, absolutely. Cow's been raw all of its life. You haven't been raw except when you've eaten a banana or an apple. So you're going to be putting lots of toxins in your baby. You may not feel it now, but he's going to feel it, he or she's going to feel it later. So feed your baby cow's milk. And I see it done many times. I've got mothers who've been on the diet, women have been on the diet for 6 or 7 years, and they think, oh, I'm so healthy now, I'm going to have a baby. And they have a baby and start feeding it breast milk. One woman, the baby kept having allergies every time, rashes, every time she drank out of one breast. And she had been a smoker and just stopped smoking when she went on the diet. So all this tar kept getting into the milk. Poisons get into the milk. You're passing your poisons to your baby. So trust the cow's milk. Much better.
If you can't get the fresh cow's milk, and we buy it from the grocery, the refrigerated one is better than the one off the shelf in boxes? Or it's the same?
And that really doesn't make much difference. It's all pasteurized, hormone produced,
You talked about letting colds and flus run their course. Pneumonia.
Like I said, pneumonia is the same thing as a cold or a flu. Just do the same thing that says for that. And you just work.
Yeah,
Pardon?
There's general panic about it'll kill you. Pneumonia.
That's all bull. It's all bull. If you go to a doctor and get an antibiotic when you have a pneumonia, it could cripple you. Completely stop digestion, stop all kinds of processes in your body, cause anaphylactic shock, and that's when people die. They die of treatment. I had a woman with AIDS come to me, and she developed cancer. So she had cancer and emphysema with her AIDS. And she had pneumonia 3 times in 3 months before she came to me. And I said, the only way you're going to get through this is to get through one of these bouts of pneumonia. And what you do is you got a problem. If you're in a prone position, you've got gravity pressing on your lungs. Doesn't help you breathe. And at night when you go through a neurological detoxification, most of your nerves are shut down. So it's like running 2 lanes on a 6-lane highway. You're not going to have enough to breathe with. So you sleep sitting up or barely slanted so that the gravity keeps your lungs open. And I said, you just do the flu and the cold remedy section in the book, and guess what? She started panicking a little bit at night, but she got through it. 3 days later, she was out of bed. Once the pneumonia broke, she was out of bed and fully functional again. And she hadn't been that way in 3 months since the first bout of pneumonia. Just like that. So pneumonia is your cleansing. Get through it. Don't panic. Don't sleep lying down. Anytime you can't breathe, don't lie down. You will let the gravity open your lungs, not smash them together.
Another question. You talked about autism and the link with vaccines and whatnot. Neurological problems like that, autism, dyslexia, that sort of thing. Your diet can heal.
Can resolve that. Certainly resolve my problem and lots of them. I had one child that was brought to me after vaccines created spinal bifidus. And the child was like this. 14 years old, about 14 and a half years old, 92 pounds. Just looked like a skinned chicken. Had no functionality, could not speak, could look and do this. And the feet were all just wrapped up and gnarled like the hands. 3 months on the diet, 2.5 months on the diet, the feet opened up and relaxed. 3 years later, the child had gained 60 pounds, was turning on had his tape machine, could put his own tapes in, could talk, not as very coherently, but his stepmother could understand him perfectly, and put his tapes in, could choose which ones he wanted, could put them in. This hand was still not tight, but not usable, and he was able to turn his machine on, turn the dials, and partially walk. The doctors, the neurologists, had never seen anything like it. And the state of Pennsylvania was going after her for feeding this ward of the state, because any child in that state is a ward of the state, feeding that child raw meat and raw dairy. The neurologists wrote a letter to the state and said, back off. This is the only child we've ever seen recover to any kind of measure. Usually a child is already dead by this time, and this child's starting to thrive and improve. So the state backed off.
The question is that, how did you know it was the vaccines that had caused the spinal bifida?
Because it was within about 6 weeks after it, and the child started having reactions within 2 days after the vaccine, and it just kept getting worse.
At what age?
I think it was about 6 or 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not from a newborn, but later on in life.
Right, yeah. But I think that even newborns, if they're given the right foods, would react the same way. I even had a child with spinal bifida, that was younger than that. So, that developed it younger than that. But I had a child who was brought to me in Chicago. She had a vaccine. She went into seizures after the vaccine, about a day and a half, or like 36, 40 hours after the vaccine, started going into seizures. The doctor said, no, it had nothing to do with the vaccine. It was just coincidental, which is absolute bullshit. So the child started going into seizures, and we're talking about grand mal seizures, 2, 3, 4 a day, out for 20 minutes at a time. So she got pneumonia, because they were giving her antibiotics and everything and the seizure medication. So she got worse and worse. She went into the hospital with pneumonia. Of course, they pumped her with antibiotics and more seizure medications. They called the parents 10 days later and said, "We can't help your child. Come and get her." The child was like this. 2 years old, complete seizures 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. So the child was on the bed in the hotel room, just in seizures that whole time. So I kept taking honey butter, putting it in the mouth just a little at a time. 40 minutes later, the child relaxed and smiled and laughed. And I had the parents feed the child because of all the antibiotics. Had the grandparents feed the child a teaspoon of bullshit, literally buffalo manure, once a day for 2 weeks, and the child's seizures completely stopped. Completely stopped.
The child had or it had that with an old.
Oh, well, the child ate just mainly dairy, raw dairy and honey, and some ground buffalo liver with milk. Yes.
Another question. Cholesterol. High cholesterol.
The higher the better. Cholesterol is cholesterol problem. The higher the better. I got an African American basketball player that was just entered in the Hall of Fame in the last 3 years. So you don't know who exactly it is because I'm not allowed to say. And he had a cholesterol level of 672 to 680 the whole time that he played. And he was incredible. I had an Olympic gymnast champion at 24 years old. They were going to kick her off the Olympic team because she kept getting sick every 6 to 7 weeks. Her cholesterol was 324. And I said, well, if it's 324, you should be okay. And she said, well, not. So I put her on the raw fat and the raw diet, and she won medals. And she didn't get sick every 6 to 7 weeks. So the higher the cholesterol level, the better. Just remember that half of the fat that's in your blood, half the cholesterol, is going to be old toxic cholesterol from fats in your body the body's sending out. Half of them are going to be the new fats. So you better have a high cholesterol level because you want high cholesterols to do all the work that fats have to do in the body, and that's a lot in our toxic environment. So I like to keep my levels very, very high. And I eat sometimes, a pound of butter a day, plus all my other fat. So sometimes my cholesterol level has gotten up to 900. So at George Washington Medical Center in St. Louis, they wanted to run tests on me. And there was an athletic doctor who was a cardiologist that wanted to check me out. So I let them do a glucose tolerance test on me. First time I added sugar since 1972. So man, it wired me. I was just shaking from it. But my pancreas was working the best they'd ever seen a pancreas. It took, usually when your sugar level hits 104, 102, your sugar stops dropping. So it's fine. My pancreas working so well that it took that toxic sugar and sent it down to 54. They said they never saw and the pancreas worked with so much insulin so well. And I had 2 varieties of insulin. And here I was, a juvenile diabetic that had been shooting up insulin. You see, they never recover. Then, so everything was excellent in my whole workout that they did, blood workout and everything, except the cholesterol level was sky high. So they went and did a sonogram, the ultrasound to check out my heart, see if there's any congestion, my carotid arteries. They spent 20 minutes. Usually it takes them 10 minutes. They couldn't find anything, so they just kept working and looking and couldn't find any congestion. And the butter that I eat and the cream that I eat and cheese that I eat. Tremendous amount. No congestion. You know, and then they took me up. They said, "Okay, one test you didn't, take waiver for. Would you do another test?" I said, "Not if it has to do with radiation or anything." They said, "No, we just want to take you up. We have a floor where we take, measurements in athletic, ability, and to see your cardiogram and EKG and do all that while you're exercising." So we went up to that floor, and they had a track. They had these treadmills and everything else. So they plugged me up to all these electrodes, and they're running the machines. So I was running on the treadmill for 5 minutes. I don't work out. I don't do anything. 3 minutes, my breathing and heart rate was completely normal as soon as I stopped and exercised. And they would put me on, the weightlifting. So they put me on, the lying back and doing whatever this is called, that exercise where I'm lying back. And so I was doing that, and they started off with 20 pounds. I said, "Oh, come on." I said, no, we can't strain you. So 20 pounds at a time. I got up to 200 pounds, and then I started straining just a little bit, pushing upward. And they said, "Okay, that's enough." I said, no, let's see how high I could go. I want to know how high I could go. They wouldn't do it. Then they did the one where I sit back and then the legs push, the weights. I started with 40 pounds, went up to 280 pounds before I started showing strain. And, I was 57 years old, so they're freaking out. They said, "We got people who work out 3-4 days a week, that are 10, 15 years younger than you that can't do this, and you sure you don't work out?" I said, "Yeah, I eat. I work out, I eat. That's my workout."
Yes.
So
You mentioned what,
don't worry about cholesterol.
well, I was just about to ask you, doesn't it affect your blood pressure?
No,
There's no relation between high cholesterol and high blood pressure?
no. If you have high blood pressure, she wondered if there's a correlation between high blood pressure and cholesterol, another myth. If you have high blood pressure, you have congestive arteries, congested veins, or a congested heart. You better have high blood pressure. You have congested system. You better have high blood pressure to keep your veins open. Exactly. And what the test just came out last year, I think it was November, from England. Out of 45,000 people, another test of 45,000 people that ran, I think it was 8 years, they found that the people who had low blood pressure had all the heart attacks, and the people who had 160 to 170 systolic pressure had no heart attacks. High blood pressure is what you want. If you have congestive arteries, congestive heart, you better have high blood pressure to open the heart up. Okay, I think we're going to call it a night, right? Pardon?
There's a question there.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
A person who has high blood pressure, what would they take you for that congestional heart and other parts?
Well, the coconut cream is the best to clean it out. Coconut cream and pineapple. Put a little, just about 5% of pineapple in your vegetable juice.
And for someone who suffers from painful menstrual periods, what do they use?
From fevers?
No, painful menstrual periods.
Oh, well, that could be many different things. I'd have to see what is in your ovarian area, before I could tell that.
Nutmeg and spices, are they?
The what?
Nutmeg and spice?
As long as they're fresh and not cooked, you can take the nutmeg and grate it and put it in your milk. It's fine. Oh, one more thing. There's a difference between cold milk and fresh milk and warm milk. If you eat, hold on a second, this is a very important thing. It's about milk. If you drink cold milk, it contracts the stomach. It does not secrete hydrochloric acid. Your babies will go into cramps. You could go into cramps. Because if the hydrochloric acid doesn't help break down the proteins, the undigested milk is going to move into the duodenum and into the blood undigested, the casein and the milk sugars, the lactose. And that can cause allergies. So always have your milk room temperature or warmer, especially for children. If you're going to drink it cold, maybe 2 ounces at a time to help break your chill. And that wasn't enough to contract the stomach for more than 2 minutes, because the body can warm up 2 ounces rather quickly. Anything more than that, you're going to have trouble. Okay? Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
See you again.
Okay?
See you again